We are ready to start our meeting. Thank you everyone for coming. Today is February 25th, 2025. This is thank you, 2026. Sorry, everyone. This is a meeting of the Heber Light and Power Board. It is now 4:04 p.m. I want to welcome the board members that are in attendance. We have Sid Ostergaard, Aaron Sheetwood, Kendall Crittenden, Kevin Kane, Brenda Christensen, who's just joined us, and myself, Heidi Frankel. Everyone that joined us online right now on here, we will have the public hearing start at 6 p.m. for your knowledge. We want to thank Adam. He's not here with us.
Online.
He's online. Adam, okay. I'll try to thank you when you come in there. Adam, we want to thank you for your updates that you sent us today. Everyone, the first agenda item is the approval of the consent agenda, and with your permission, I would like to move up agenda item number 6 on the approval of surplus equipment sale into the consent agenda for trucks 206 and 246. The rest of the consent agenda is the January 22nd, 2025 board meeting minutes, January 2025 financial statements, and warrants. So board, it's up to you with any questions, comments, motions, or if you also want to include agenda item number 6 on the approval of surplus equipment.
And the 2 trucks that we'll be sending to auction are on the screen.
Do we have replacements for them, Jason?
Yeah.
So are they on because of mileage, or what determines when you
Age and hours.
Age and hours.
And
So it's in our regular routine cycle. Yeah. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we move item number 6 up to be part of the consent agenda, and that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Aaron. Second was Aaron Sheetwood. Let's start on this end and we'll go around the table again to vote, please, Kevin.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. That is 6-0 unanimous vote. Everyone, the second agenda item is a discussion and possible decision, final decision on the sale of the administration building. You've seen the contract as well as for the lease back. Adam's here. Is Adam online now?
Yep, I am.
Adam's here to answer any questions. Jason has the authority from the board policies to sign the contract. I'm not able to sign on both sides. You see my signature from the Heber City side. Kevin.
What was the result? And maybe I'm not up to speed on, we talked about.
New appraisal.
Yes.
Jason, do you want to explain what happened with that?
I can talk to that, Mayor.
Thank you, Adam.
And I think I just talked to the Heber City electeds on this, Kevin. So sorry I left you out. I did call the appraiser after board meeting last month just to get a read on whether it might make sense to do a new appraisal. You know, his gut feeling on whether anything has changed that would justify that. He said he didn't think so. He said if it would come out differently at all, it would be, just seasonal fluctuations. So he didn't think it was worthwhile to do an updated appraisal on it. He didn't think the value would change in any significant way. So we're just going with the current appraisal still.
Now, if you want to make a different proposal, Kevin, we can certainly we can vote on it, right? That's what we were told before, and I'm sorry, I thought everyone knew.
And the offer was $1,000 above the appraisal, correct?
Yes.
Plus
Well, it's a separate agreement.
Two separate agreements, the purchase and the lease back. And the lease back means as long as we need to basically stay where we can, there's no penalties, and it's very minimal.
$1 a year.
Yes.
Get rich on that one.
I'll say.
I'll say. So any other comments, questions, or motions?
We won't make that. Because the increase.
And the closing would be in April. Is that correct, Adam?
Yeah, we have a closing deadline in there of April 30th. Talking to Matt Brower, the city wanted some cushion in there to figure out how they were going to fund the purchase. In all likelihood, it'll happen before then. Obviously from the Heber Power side, we're in no hurry. It doesn't change anything in a real world sense. It's all, basically on paper. So sometime, sometime in, I would expect late March, early April, whenever the city's ready to cut a check.
Most likely. I think the city needs to arrange for the title insurance and those
Yeah.
kinds of regular due diligence.
Yep. And we're obligated as a seller to provide title insurance. So once the board approves that, I'll get that ball rolling with the title company.
Do we have a title company that we normally use, Jason?
I think on the last one we used Altus.
Atlas, I think, is right.
Does anyone have any more concerns?
I had a member of the public approach me and asked if part of this bill, the Heber City is paying all the closing costs. So I don't know what was agreed to.
I don't know what was agreed to. I'm sorry, let's look it up.
I know that's your guys' thing, but that did come up.
Is it in the agreement?
Adam, you probably know. How are the closing costs going down?
It's in the agreement. We pay title insurance. That's really the only closing cost to speak of. I think whatever costs there are get split equally. I can find the agreement provision.
So Adam, so like escrow costs?
We won't have any escrow costs even, I don't think.
I think you're gonna have escrow costs.
I mean, if the title company is doing escrow, they may not be. I mean, we have the deeds prepared.
6.2 C. 6.2C, actions at closing. C says, I'm sorry, D. 6.2D, and it's on page 7 of the purchase agreement. Except as otherwise specifically set forth, buyer and seller shall share equally any closing or escrow charges of the title company. So it looks like it's 50-50.
Which would be,
And what are those,
If you're comfortable with
what are
it.
those fees generally, what they,
they're pretty nominal.
I wouldn't think it'd
Some
be.
money. How-
Be allowed if
probably
there's a
what?
cash payment.
10, 15, something like that. 1,000?
No.
I would,
No way.
I would think in maybe
Because we're not
1,000
using
something or so, I don't know what.
That would be a lot less. It's probably what, 5,000 then?
No, less. But the escrow fee is gonna be probably less, for this, I'm guessing less than.
The whole thing.
What? Then you've got, recording fees. Nominal.
Okay, any other questions on the purchase orders?
Sorry, could you mute me again?
Remember, he's in the airport.
Now, you don't have, it's not on the agenda. It's this on the sale, but there's not on for the lease back.
Back to the lease.
So
Yes, I see what you're-
the lease is part of the lease concept is part of the purchase and sale agreement. So when we actually close on the sale, both entities will sign that lease back agreement as well.
So they go together. So the fact that only one's listed on the agenda is fine.
Yeah, it's rolled into this agreement already.
Okay,
Is it
of the
like-
sale, yeah.
Is it like an exhibit of the purchase and sale
Yep.
agreement?
Exactly.
Okay, it probably refers to it in here, I'll bet that. Okay,
The motion, no, yeah, we do. But I understand if there's more questions or issues that want to be resolved.
Move to approve the sale of the Heber Light and Power Administration building based on whatever legal document, whatever you call it, the purchase agreement and lease back agreement. And the package.
Is there a second?
I'll second it unless, should it be somebody that's not on the Heber Council to make the motion?
Well, I was wondering about that.
saying.
That's why I
So
was
if you want to withdraw your motion, I'll make the motion. I don't know who made the motion on the city council side, is what I'm saying, and to avoid, I don't know whether there's a problem with it or not, but to avoid any problems.
I would agree. I think
Yeah.
it'd be better if someone other than.
So, so,
I would agree that not even a second perhaps then, just to make sure that the rest of the board is showing their agreement for this.
Yeah. So and I should have jumped on that sooner, but as you started making, I thought, I wonder. So I would make the motion that we agree or accept the agreement for sale and purchase of real property for this Heber Light and Power office building, along with the lease agreement that goes with that package as presented.
Does anyone else that is not a Heber City, board member want to make this?
I'll second that.
That's very kind of you, Brenda. We appreciate this. I know this is pushing and shoving, finally, the last push and shove on this. And we really appreciate the Heber Light and Power Board helping Heber City with its envision central Heber plans. And, you know, there's a lot of more work that needs to be done in just purchasing this piece. So thank you very much. But are we ready for the vote? If we recuse ourselves, we won't have a majority for that, so we can't. Sorry on that, everyone. But if you don't mind, we'll start on this end.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you very much. That passes.
I don't think that would matter even with, because we all agreed on it anyway.
Thank you very much. Okay, everyone, we're to the next agenda item. Discussion and possible approval of the amended customer rules. And this is Rule 3 for the types of electrical service, Rule 11 for on the service connections, and Rule 15 on the line extensions. And it is regarding, even though this is not on here in the agenda materials, it's regarding Resolution 2025-01. 2025-01. So please don't forget that in any motion you make. Remember, it's discussion and possible approval. Okay, Adam, you sent us a really good summary in your memo about this, but could you please talk it through? And then Jason, can you go down to page 78 or so, and let's look at those red line changes that are in the agenda, please.
Yeah, so just so everyone is on the same page here, our customer rules, basically govern the company's relationship with its customers. The big one today is what we've been colloquially calling the applicant build idea, and we have a couple more that are sort of cleanup that we're catching in here along with it. So the changes to service rule number 3 deal with temporary electrical service. And the idea here is that the company will not provide temporary service. So go out, set a temporary meter, and then have to go back out and set a permanent meter for single family residential construction. And Riley can speak to the technical aspects, what this actually looks like, on the ground. The idea here is that early in the construction process, we can go out and they can get the meter base ready, and we can set what will be the permanent meter. That way they have power during construction, and we don't have to make another set of trips to remove the temporary meter and install the permanent meter later on. Basically, that permanent meter can be put either on basically a pony wall, 4 foot by 4 foot or something like that. Riley can correct me if I'm wrong. Or it can even just be, the meter base can really just be supported by the conduit. So really, it is not a big deal for the builder, and it saves the company a lot of trips. And for anything commercial or multi-unit residential or really, really big houses, so 600 amp service or bigger, we would still provide temporary power on request.
Yeah, it just saves us a lot of trips going back and forth. Because you know, they'll ask for a temporary service, or a service guy goes hooks up a temporary service. And then they'll have to go back and inspect the conduit and trench the building. So he's going back 4 or 5 times. This will just eliminate all those extra trips.
So you count for the 100.
Yeah, and we'll go in, because usually when they're backfilling their foundation, they're digging their power trench to the foundation already anyway. So if they just finish and put the meter base on that pipe they're already put in.
And they can do it on their own, the contractor. or the-
Yep, yeah, because we have the electricians do all that anyways. If they put a pony wall up, or support it somehow so it stays on the foundation without tipping over, just so this, you know. But it just saves us a lot of trips going back and forth.
And then as the wall gets built, they do a
Sure.
more permanent
Yeah,
attachment
yeah.
to it.
Plus it saves them time and
Yeah.
effort, because they'll have to schedule.
Yeah, it's really their permanent connection to the house. Is really what it is.
It's a long time coming. it
Yeah,
sounds like.
it's good.
Good.
We've had some customers mad about that, and then we've had some that are saying this is the best thing ever, so.
Yeah, the goal here is just to get it in the rules so everything is standardized.
I'm just curious. I don't want to spend too much time on it. What would they be mad about?
That they have, I don't know, I really don't know, just that
I mean,
they're worried about building a pony wall.
Well, or that they're getting billed
Because they don't
before they
know
have
how
a
they're worried about building a
occupancy.
4-foot
something
wall.
temporary.
I think it comes from the electrical contractor too, because he missed out on that building. Oh, that makes sense.
to have them.
He doesn't go charge for that twice. Can charge for the temporary and then charge for the power panel.
Okay.
Covering our costs.
And there's not a problem billing the customer before they have occupancy in their house for the power they've used during construction.
Well, it's the developer, whoever owns that property, right, is paying it.
Well, or the house, if it's an individual home, right?
These self-help homes that we've been hooking up in Heber, they do it that way, and it's been awesome. So that's kind of how we got the idea, is because self-help homes do it that way.
They have you come and hook it up.
Yep, they have it permanent, ready to go. We go one time and we're done.
Great efficiency.
Well, I think that's a great idea. How much simpler could that be? You know?
Yeah.
Adam, keep going, please.
Yep. So Rule 11, the changes to Rule 11 deal with, I guess, what you'd call the service lateral or a service line in our language. So this in, if you're envisioning an older house with an overhead line, in the backyard or something, we're talking about that wire that goes from the transformer on the pole to a mast or an anchor point or something like that on the house. And again, Riley can chime in about the difficulties this has caused us, but this is clarifying responsibility for repairs to that service lateral. If the customer's tree in their backyard falls on that service line, or they back a trailer up and catch it, or if the customer digs it up on their own, something like that. And the confusion comes because, as a general rule, Heber Power owns and is responsible for everything on the Heber Power side of the meter, and then the customer is responsible for everything downstream from that. We're just trying to make clear here that damage caused by the customer or customer's trees, stuff that is really just their property, ends up being their responsibility to fix. And part of the concern has been, we don't want Heber Power employees up, trying to fix that mast or that anchor point on someone's roof, or get into things that are really not electric utility type work.
So who would the homeowner have come in? An
They've got to have
electrician
an electrician come in anyway.
to have it done correctly? Well, you guys know how to do it correctly, but
Yeah, that's the electrician's job, is from that, that mast up through the roof and everything. That on new construction, we wouldn't even hook that up until all of that is completed. It's just when, the snow slide on the roof or something bends that mast over, there's confusion that the customer thinks that our serviceman should come fix all of that. It's really their responsibility to get an electrician there to fix their service. And then we'll come and reinstall the electric drop to the home.
This is only older homes like this. This new construction is
New
not allowed to do that.
No, it's
New construction's underground, isn't it?
yeah, everything's coming up from underground.
Yeah, and this would make clear that responsibility too for that underground service line. You know, if the
But they do
the
settle.
customer digs it up or something, it's obviously, at least we hope, less likely than a tree branch or something hitting an overhead line.
They said it was pulled out of the box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have that dispute with customers too, when, they didn't backfill correctly their foundation, and so that trench settles and it pulls that service right off their home.
Off the meter
Yeah.
box.
But that happens quite a bit.
Especially with all the grading that's going on.
And so, but they expect us to come and just fix
Charge the
everything.
public
But
works didn't check.
it's the electrician's job to set that panel, make sure that it's compacted well underneath it. So what we do is we go and de-energize it because it's unsafe. But they got to get an electrician there.
It's like a water main. If you have a water main, a lateral coming from the,
City main,
City main and.
well,
your
from their meter,
meter, You're
Yeah.
you're
responsible.
responsible.
you're everything,
The
your
meter
side of the
section.
meter. Yeah,
So it's exactly.
yeah.
So Adam and Jason, is this pretty standard practice with other municipal electrical? Okay, so we're not doing anything new.
Both things that we've talked about are just kind of clean up in our rules to really make it clear to the customer. Those rules, this is National Electric Code, everything else. This should be the separation between an electrician and a utility. Is all these paragraphs are doing is just really making that clear to the customer and the customer rule.
Is there any, I just thought about my house I grew up in and over in Midway, so we definitely have an overhead line, but it definitely goes to a transformer that's in my neighbor's yard.
Yeah.
Would that be on them if there's a problem, or is it like property? Like, I'm just curious how that works for the older one, because not only the older ones, like, do you have to worry about what's on your property, but you have to worry about what's on the property next to you and next to you if sometimes.
If it's an overhead service, we'll take care of the overhead conductor to the mast on the house. But the mast on the house would be the responsibility of the
Got it.
homeowner.
Okay,
So
that
from
makes
there
sense.
down, the
Correct.
customer.
And since I was digging for this wording and couldn't find it, does anybody care that the Heber, the purchase sale agreement and the lease back agreement is under the heading of the agenda item we're talking about right now? They're in the wrong, on the packet sent out, it's in the wrong order.
Oh,
Does
the
that make
agenda, this is.
I noticed that when I was going down through
Yeah,
to
we
find it.
just got the wrong cover page in our packet for number 2.
Fantastic, sounds good. Just caught it because I couldn't find it and I was like, there's no way it's in, and that's where it is. So,
It's just further down.
all right, thanks, Jason, appreciate it.
So then on rule 15, this is really why we're dealing with customer rule changes, period. Like Jason said, these other ones are sort of cleanup. This is what we call a self-install or applicant build. We're talking about in the utility world what we call line extensions. So going from our existing lines, wherever they're at, to a new development, whether that's one house out in the middle of a field or an entirely new subdivision of 100 homes or something like that. Historically, Heber Power has done all of that work, actually pulling wire, making connections, and that with the amount of development going on, that has led to an enormous workload for the Heber Power crews, and some frustration from bigger developers that think, rightly or not, that they can do all this quicker and more cost effectively than we can. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen, but this gives them the option to essentially hire a competent contractor and install not only the conduit, but actually pull the wires and make some of the connections. Heber Power obviously will be involved in inspections throughout that process, but the developer then has more control over who's doing it, the timing of it, where they're sourcing equipment, things like that. The actual rule changes, so in Rule 15, are fairly minor. We talked about this a little more than a year ago, at least in concept, and saw most of the same language. We tabled it until we got the agreements done. In your packet, we also have essentially the agreement we would sign with the developer that wanted to do the self-install, and that deals with the nitty-gritty details about how inspections are done, the qualifications of their crews, how the true-ups are done, everything involved. And we cribbed the vast majority of that agreement from Rocky Mountain Power's agreement, both because it's a lot less work to start with something that's already done. And that way developers are familiar with the concepts, the language, and we're not reinventing the wheel here. I'm happy to answer questions, or Jason and Riley can answer questions. This is, like I said, really just allowing them to do a lot of the work themselves if they were so inclined. This could go
when
Oh, go
So
ahead.
when they come to apply, they'd be given this packet that's included in the meeting stuff,
Yep.
the rules. And it tells them all the things that they're required to do as part of this.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not sure of the people in this meeting that we're all convinced that a developer can do this much quicker than we can. The big issue right now, at least, is equipment availability. But this gives them the option, and we have protections built in and inspection requirements that make sure what they install is up to Heber Power standards, because this is all infrastructure that the company is eventually responsible for.
Can I ask a tricky question, Adam, on clause F, Rule 15 clause F, where it says the easements shall be in a form reasonably acceptable to the company? When you're dealing with Midway easements and Heber City easements and county zoning easements, what kind of protection do we have with this wording of reasonably acceptable?
So
Land use actually gives us.
Okay,
we
that's what
don't
I'm
actually get
for
that
that.
many express easements. Most of what we're doing, in work in a new subdivision, is all going in public utility easements that are already on the plat. So we're not drafting and signing easements specifically for our infrastructure there. We do once in a while, though, if it's a development on an old lot, or we just had one that we're working on that has to route around a sign, so it has to go outside the public utility easement. We have form easements, templates to start with. They're pretty vanilla, so I'm good with this. This was just a sentence I thought made sense to include.
So our definition of reasonably acceptable is what Jason said, based on the zoning code of the particular entity involved, where the easement is. Is that how we'll define it?
Really, it's probably more about what rights we have as the power utility to, for example, trim trees, or what they can build over the top of an underground power line. Really, it's the use restrictions that are the meat and potatoes of any easement.
I didn't see use restrictions on any of your template forms. Are they there?
So we're talking easement templates. Those aren't in the packet. I'm happy to circulate those. We did templates, so we have easements we can give out to a developer. Say, hey, here are the blanks you need to fill in for this particular project.
The template agreements and all the engineering specs. 2 thumbs up to Patricio and Riley. That was a lot of work. Thank you very much. Good job.
And Bart too. Bart did a lot of the plagiarizing from Rocky Mountain Power.
What? We didn't hear that.
Hey,
Legal plagiarism.
plagiarizing is just fine in the legal world, just not in the academic world.
I'm just concerned if we say, oh, that's not reasonable to us, how do we defend that? How do we ever try to say something like that with that language? That's all.
Yeah, and this is really only comes into play when someone says, hey, we need power to this particular spot. There's not an existing, utility corridor or public utility easement, something like that. Utility easements are all pretty vanilla, and there may be certain cases where we make some exceptions or deal with something specific, but they're pretty vanilla. I don't see that as being an issue.
The other question I had, please, is on clause 4 of the line extensions, where we're saying that unless the customer notifies the company, is there some kind of timeline we need to put in there? Because we're just saying, if you don't notify us, we're going to start billing you, which happens pretty quickly. But what if the customer says, well, I just didn't notify you yet? I mean, how do you want to put any kind of timeline in there that they've got 2 weeks to notify us, they've got a month to notify us? You know what I'm saying? So that we know our deadlines and they know theirs. Any ideas on that?
Run it by me again where you're looking.
On Rule 15, I'm sorry, B4, Clause B, and then 4, that unless the customer notifies the company, we just don't have any kind of timing there. They need to notify us by a certain time, or we will send them the bill within what? We'll invoice them within how much time?
I'm assuming the first part of that clause 4, upon completion of the design for the requested line extension, the company will provide the design to the customer. So that stuff, the Heber Light and Power designs,
Right.
gives it to the customer.
And
then this add-in says, you got to let us know if you want to do it yourself or if you were going to hire us.
Yeah, and we're in constant contact with the developer, at this point in the process. They've already come in and requested, paid the fees, had Jordan do the preliminary design.
Right. So
the applicant build is basically an off ramp they can choose to take. There's nothing that we would be ordering or billing them for that they don't know about here.
Correct. So once we give them a design right now, we do not order anything until they pay for the
okay, so I knew we did that, but I didn't want somebody to come
So
back.
I would say it would be the
"Don't-"
same thing, like, hey, we've got your bill, it costs this much, we went out. They'll just have to communicate with us. It doesn't matter to me
Okay.
on the timeline
Okay.
when they decide to do it.
It's basically the paying becomes the
The paying is the
fork,
starting
the fork
point.
in the road.
If they pay Heber Light and Power, that automatically means Heber Light and Power is doing this job.
But we've already been paid for our design, so we don't care.
Yep, we've already been paid for the design, design's done.
They take 6 months to get back and say, well, we decided to do it ourselves. Okay.
Because you can have a developer that's pushing and then all of a sudden stops and they sit on it for a year.
That's happened,
Yeah,
that's
that
happened.
happens a lot.
Just checking. I didn't want to say out anything and having anybody accuse us or whatever, that's all. Okay, I'm done. Any other questions?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
So on, Adam, on the extension agreement itself, under the construction standards, section D. Well, it's two things. It's under construction standards, liability, and transfer of ownership. So actually it's all three, and I'll just ask the general question. So what I don't see in section G, which is the transfer of ownership, is I don't see any kind of hook that goes back to an inspection. I see that they can notify either verbally or in writing, and then there's 3 business days to get the title, and then within 5 business days we'll energize. And what I'm worried about there is if we're going to energize within effectively 8 business days, does that give time to be for sure that we like the work that was done? Because my worry there is once we've energized, I think we're kind of implicitly saying we approve it, and I don't know that that's actually true. And then I also would push for it, and it's just, I guess it's tiny, but like G section or G item I says, we'll notify company's inspector verbally or in writing. I'd like to see either and or just in writing, because verbally is really easy to, yeah, I told him when he was here. We walked by and I said, yeah, that's ready. And then we get in trouble because we're outside of our 5 days of energizing or something. I just don't want to see us get in trouble because somebody didn't hear it or make a record of it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'll go back through these. These are templates, like I said, and each one of these will get tweaked probably at least a little bit for any given development. But I'll make a note of that and make sure the inspection process all is required to happen before we do start talking ownership transfer.
So maybe there's like another section under transfer of ownership that before they can notify, there's some kind of inspection hook that we can say, yep, that part was done. And like I said, I'd love that if we said, and in writing, they can put it in writing. And then if they want to call the person and say, hey, it's ready, just to let them know, in case you get buried in your email, I'm ready to go. That way we have it in writing still.
Yep, I will make note of that and we'll tweak our template.
If you notice the flow chart in the packet,
Yeah, it gives you
I mean,
point A, point B. and
it
what
gives
the
it from
process.
start to finish. So our guy is gonna be out there when as soon as they say applicant build,
Yeah.
start signing contract, and then as soon as they start installing conduit, they've got to call us for an inspection for the conduit. So we're gonna be there the whole way through the whole project. We're gonna know if it's ready and if it's been done correctly.
I think that makes sense. I just worry that section G seems to say that as soon as they say they're ready and give you a bill of sale, they could bypass. I mean, at least the way that section G is worded.
You're under
None of
I
that
or
stuff.
or double I?
So it's section, that's a horrible.
G,
thing.
transfer of ownership,
Capital A, lowercase g, and
I,
double I.
Roman I.
Romanette. That's one of the few useful things they teach you in law school. Those are Romanettes.
And
Oh,
then
awesome.
Great.
we could just refer it.
It's
to
yeah.
these
I
process
think
charts.
the process is there. I just worry that the agreement doesn't actually say that. They
Well,
have
it's
to follow the
Romanette
process.
I that says verbally or in writing.
And see,
Well,
that's
so
what
does,
says,
so does two.
once you've notified, then 3 days starts, then 5 days starts. I mean,
Yeah,
sorry, I think a worst case scenario, but I definitely always do.
well, it'll always come by you if you don't.
Yeah, like I said, that's a good comment. We'll make sure the inspection requirements are, bulletproof before we're doing ownership transfer or energizing.
Cool.
Any more questions? Any other questions, anyone? So because this agenda item is first discussion and possible approval, we can adopt some of the rules. We can adopt the general language that you would like to see put into those places, and then Adam can bring them back to us next month for the final approval. But Jason, how soon do you want to move forward on these rules?
Oh, yeah, you've got a couple developers that are just. Four developers that, I will just say this, if the board does not approve this tonight, the developers will be in the meeting.
Well, I'm to complain that we didn't approve it yet.
So
I'm good with, I think it'd be
Let's
easy
have
to
it
say
in
that
language.
couple of words of language on my part. It's not a big deal, but I think, and Adam, I think you heard me. So if you want to propose what you would add to item G.
Yeah, so
I'm
I
ready.
can clarify a little bit. What we're actually asking the board to approve is just the customer rules language. Those
Oh,
agreements
okay.
are those agreements and the construction standards and the approved materials list. Those are really just so you guys are all in the loop as to how this process works. Like I said, each one of those agreements will get tweaked some.
Yeah,
the rules
Depending on the
in the
client,
packet, we
it'll
want
be
this
adjusted.
idea in these templates.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm good to go forward with that.
Adam kind of alluded to it, with each development and with each developer, as they come in to want to do applicant build, these documents are going to be reviewed and specific for that development.
So let me word what you're saying differently. It doesn't have to be in here tonight because
No.
this doesn't exist until it's handed to a developer.
It's
It's
gonna
like
be
a master
tweaked
plan
for each
development.
development.
I'm fine. That makes sense. Adam, I'd love to see the final wording, but
Here's Cameron. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to see the final wording, but I'm good to approve otherwise without it.
We don't want to put ourselves in bind with an 8-day business day deadline that we have to meet.
Right.
When maybe they haven't met other things, or maybe we have issues too on
Yeah.
our side. We will try.
I'm sure we could do it. I just, my worry,
Yeah, we
like
will
say,
try.
once you turn it on, I think anybody would say, well, You must have approved it, you turned it on.
Yeah, and then also for damages, so especially when they get in their big developments.
And there is a
and they feel
liability.
like it's our fault.
There's a liability insurance in here, but from what I can understand, that liability insurance stops being in effect once we take ownership, which is why I'm worried. So, yeah, sounds great. I'm good. So I'm good to approve.
So Adam, will you please restate the concerns that you would tweak in the templates?
Yeah, so in real simple terms, Aaron's concerns are whether we have really bulletproof inspection requirements before we start talking ownership transfer of customer installed infrastructure, or energizing that infrastructure, and making sure that our liability protection is clear, and some clarifications on what the notice process needs to look like.
Sounds great.
Sounds good. Okay, so you'll tweak that in the templates. Is everyone okay
Yep.
with that? Do we have any other concerns with the rules or the template? Okay, that was a lot of work. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm really hopeful that's going to help make your jobs easier. Okay, we hope. All right. Does anybody want to make the motion based on Rule 3, Rule 11, Rule 15 as presented, along with the template changes that?
Yeah, and Mayor, we can really just have a resolution approving Board Resolution 2025-01. I prepared a
covers all
written
three of
resolution for this.
Oh, two.
So
Okay.
two.
Okay.
02,
Everyone,
sorry.
quick change. It's not 01, resolution 01 that's on the agenda. It's resolution 2025-02 to amend the customer rules number 3, number 11, and number 15 as presented in the agenda, 02. Okay. Does anybody have any further questions, comments, or motions?
I'll move that we approve Board Resolution 2025-02 with the amended customer rules as clarified in the agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Aaron. Any further discussion? All right, let's start on this end, please, with the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Yeah. All right, that passes 6-0. Thank you, everyone. Good luck with this. This would be a big shift for us, so that's good.
Now we gotta see if they can actually do it, right, Jason?
Right, yeah, we will see, at least the opportunity's there. Okay, Bart has the next agenda item for us, everyone. It's a discussion and review of risk policies. Bart has explained to the audit committee that these are policies that our insurance company wants us to adopt and enforce within our organization so that they don't get stuck having those same issues if we're not meeting the standards we should, to help them keep premiums down. Am I
Is this
right?
these two?
Bart?
There should be 3,
Yeah.
and you are 100% correct. We are, just so everybody's aware, we renew our insurance. It goes May 5th to May 5th, or May 4th. So, we typically get the underwriters to provide quotes to us by the 1st of March. We can bring it to the audit committee meeting in March, the proposed rates for the coming year. And then if there's any issues, then I can go back and push on the underwriters. Or it comes to the board meeting in March, gets approved, and then we sign the agreement and we go on without any insurance gaps. Last year, the rates went skyrocketing on us. And so we went back out to the market to a couple different underwriters, issuers. And the one issuer requested these documents, but it was one of 7 or 8. So I wasn't too nervous about it. I didn't do anything about it. This year, they all asked for it. And so we kind of had to scramble real quick to put these together. 2 of them have to do with motor operation of vehicles. One being that we are annually checking the motor vehicle records of the employees that will be driving. And the second one being that we have a inspection form for accidents. Now, we already have a process when we have an accident, and it's kind of written in our employee handbook, but it's not robust enough, so the underwriter didn't want to accept it. So that's why we've drafted this one. And then the third one, wildfires in California, Hawaii, causes a lot of grief, and so they want a formal policy of our approach to vegetation management and wildfire risk mitigation. So that's the third one. And these are just policies that are put together to satisfy the needs of the underwriters. Obviously, we would follow them if adopted. Carly will get the pleasure of checking the motor vehicle records.
Sorry,
and then
Carly.
I will have to check hers just so we make sure that we have coverage on everybody. Either I or Jason will check Carly's. But then on the accident, which like I say, it just takes what we currently have and creates a little bit more of a robust tracking mechanism for it. And then the wildfire, we're already doing these, that's why we drafted the way we did. There's a little bit more coordination in there with the county fire department on just incident response and follow up on any information there, but that's just a good practice to adopt anyways. So that's what they are. Any questions?
Do any of these impose a new financial burden on Heber Power to try to maintain? Is there any new subscriptions that we're gonna have to pay for to maintain these? Is it a lot of HR time?
There will be additional time on Carly's account to go out and actually pull the motor vehicle record every year. The rest of the stuff we automatically do anyways. We just haven't had the formal policy and, for lack of better terms, the template of the form that's in there.
I know there are, I don't know the specifics, but I work with another company that does a lot of like industrial work and stuff. And I know that they have something where they get automatically alerted. Like you just put the license number and they get an automatic alert if something changes. So it saves them some of the time. I don't know if that's, in their case, they pay for a service so they don't have to research it. Does that make
So if
sense?
the individual gets a ticket, they get notified.
Historically, we've relied on the employee to self-report on the major, like we did have one employee who got a DUI and he reported immediately they had done such, shifted duties because he's not out. And when I brought that to the insurance, we actually dropped him as a driver on our insurance until he rectified issues there. And so, like I say, they didn't like the fact that we have a honesty is best policy here, so they're like, okay, yeah. I am going to give you a little heads up though. One of the insurers that is quoting us, if we end up going that route, we'll be dropping workers' compensation fund as our workers' comp carrier because they will not take us unless we bring that on as well. So just something to consider.
They want to do funds too.
Yeah. And I will tell you this much, we have lost, like in the past, it was called Coalition. And it was basically 4 different insurers who were teaming together on cybersecurity. And they have dropped us. They will not. So
That's very, very common.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. I mean, I was actually going to say like having these things in place is kind of interesting because I'm having to do this with my clients to maintain their cybersecurity liability coverage. And in most cases, it's come down and their coverage has come down and their costs have gone up. Even to maintain, we have to jump through all these hoops now too. So
the city is investigating using the state Division of Technology Services cybersecurity. The county's doing it now. It provides free ransomware protection to us in the cities in the county. Can we join it as in our local?
Do they allow
We did. So we won't leave them.
we have not done it, but we are able to.
We should look into that and do it. I'm trying to get the information to the city manager. I'll send it to you too. But it's done through a federal grant that's ongoing year to year, and we'll see how that goes. Everybody. We'll see, right.
from what I know,
Supposedly, I heard from the horse's mouth, it's not ongoing year to year, and I've heard it.
I thought that meeting we were in last fall,
Mhm.
they sort of headed into the city. Because I want to jump on that and tag that on to what we're doing.
Even for 2 years though, it'd be,
Yeah, no, I agree, for sure, I agree.
We can put up lobbyist pressure to try to get more, but this is going to be the whole country screaming about
Yeah.
this with different cities, right, that are using this grant, so.
Colby will know more, but my understanding of it, because I had to research quite a bit, is it will provide, it's not ransomware coverage so much as it is some support if you get a ransomware issue.
Okay.
But what liability insurance does differently, it's like, what is the impact on other people based on a fault on your end, right? Like if you have kind of a cybersecurity incident here that
They get all
impacts a
your
customer,
numbers.
can they
Yeah.
sue you because they, it's like the extra, so it's not ransomware so much as like, what would it look like for information loss, data
breach.
loss, information breach, billing record changes,
Still
that
important.
kind of stuff. So,
So they're just
which is the
providing-
scarier thing because
Mhm.
most insurers are dropping that coverage.
But that should be minimal with the large identity,
It's
ID.
Kind of nuts.
Organizations out there, right? You would think that the credit, anyway.
taking away their risk.
Anyway, I had heard from BTS that it was a year grant. And that they were,
I did
as long as they
understand
could
that.
apply it for it, they would get it.
I initiated that with them last fall, but part of what they're using is Sophos, which I already had licensing for, and so they couldn't give me duplicative licensing. So that sort of service wasn't available through them. But what Aaron's talking about is accurate, which is they do have essential services sent out to the support center, so that if there needs to be sort of attack or anything that happens to the business, we can immediately go to them. Now we have a point of contact federally as well as locally, and they'll manage essentially the ransomware, exchange, information exchange with everyone that needs to know. All notifying parties.
They provide backup for us, so that we're not out if something is wrong. So can we provide that? for them?
I can ask a question.
You should ask them that, because you would think that would be an easy thing to avoid issues with trying to,
Sure.
switch on over.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You think that would be.
I will absolutely.
That's actually, but even for 2 years is better than nothing.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Okay.
And I haven't been ignorant to this conversation yet.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, well, it just came out.
Yeah, no, I understand it. It's all fine.
I hope it's inaccurate for this meeting, but I have been telling, just for what it's worth, I've been telling my customers there is a future in the next couple of years where this coverage is not available at all for you.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
you have to be taking, whether it's saving cash, whether it's investing in different mitigating technologies or mitigating actions, like you have to understand that just having this like policy in place is not enough anymore, because not only will you be cut eventually, but if you ever use the policy, you definitely will be cut. They'll never renew you again.
We're talking about 4 or 5 different control points associated to like an attack, right? And so both liability and control, I guess, meaning what we would do to essentially stop the attack and rebuild the system or whatever we have to do, right? Make sure that we're both secure and functional. But then like Aaron talking about the liability of the customer side too, which is, are we at risk for compromising information, losing information, allowing information, whatever that looks like. So there's several components to it.
So Jason, do you want to allow Bart and Colby to bring that proposal to us on what they're recommending, or at least move forward with, being able to tie down as much cybersecurity protection as we can offer, whether it's cloud backup to me, that kind of goes, but we also need to be able to have the identity theft protection through some kind of national organization that does that, where we can immediately provide that to customers, right? So do we do that?
Some of our risk liability, like customer data, for example, we essentially move that risk to NISC as like in terms of like customer data. I mean, we do have some data retention just for all servers, but they're also tied into that with us, and part of their security protocols tie them in liability as well. So that's good.
That's our customer system.
Yeah, sorry, our software system.
That's our billing system?
Yes.
So they've got the protection.
Yeah. But
Or-
it's sometimes ships like on that side and related customer information, yes.
So we would probably need that, just for our data retention.
Essentially. But we're doing those backups. So I have physical backups, I have cloud backups, and then they also have backups. So
And the backups are not tied to where a portal could be that could be locked in.
Those, no. Cloud-based stuff, yes, of course.
I thought it needs to be, you want to get back to this?
Sorry.
I'm just saying, if you see a need, Bart, Jason, and Colby, we've got to be right on it.
Yeah, we have the three of us have a discussion we were actually talking about around the board meeting, and I've got stuff pulled up right now that I'm looking at in insurance. So we rectified a web risk last week that was associated to potential ransomware risk. So that risk has now been mitigated. I just want to make sure we're good on what we have to fill out in terms of what our risk mitigation is. It's very active.
I'm glad, we're hoping
What's funny about this insurance coverage to me is like our bigger risks as far as on the system, they don't test it at all. You know, how, like the underwriter may come out every couple of years and check our generation plant, make sure things are good there. But we're being pen tested by coalition frequently.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I mean it's.
I have a report that comes out of it. There's only been one risk the last 2 months, and it was associated to a web plugin that was again escalated and resolved last week with a vendor. It's been escalated for much longer than that, but the vendor was able to resolve last week. So.
makes me smile. I'm glad to hear this.
It is kind of funny that they make you jump through all these hoops and like what they focus on for inspection is the easy stuff, right? Like,
So,
whereas to your point, the bigger potential risk for lawsuits, whatever, is materials outside that nobody's watching, right?
Data loss, well, yeah.
but this wildfire one, this is a big one that they have been asking for some time now, and our broker basically said if we don't fill this out and get it approved, we're not going to find it insured.
That's going to get worse and worse in the future with the fires from this year too, right? Like this,
Yeah,
this is
no,
all as a result of lawsuits and litigation and stuff in California.
We've been changing practice, and taking the underwriters' recommendations the last few years with wildfire risk, which is, why the ongoing system inspections, with qualified personnel and, just the sheer increases in the budget on tree trimming costs and right-of-way clearance. We're taking those recommendations from the underwriters. So that, now we're just to a point where they want a board-approved policy to make sure we follow them.
So my only other thought, and I know you guys already do this, don't take it offensively, but the problem with the board approved policy is once we approve it, we effectively shift the risk from the insuring party to us, right? So then if we don't do the policy, they will just not cover anything. We didn't do it. So the question is, before we approve them, are we ready to do these things? Because if we're not ready to do them, there's some risk internally for approving them. If we're not ready to put them into place, which I'm not saying we shouldn't approve them, we still shouldn't. We should
We'll
get
put
ready.
a program in
Does that make
place, we
sense?
better ready to do the
You gotta be
program.
ready to do it because they will, at least again, back to my experience with cybersecurity stuff. If you have a policy in place and they can point to a part you didn't do, that's the end of the discussion. They're not covering anything. You're right. Good luck, guys.
So do they do an audit?
At least in cyber stuff, they do. I don't know about the rest of the stuff. I mean,
So even though we have these in paper form, do we need to be able to have them in electronic form for their audits, the insurance company's audits?
Well, the underwriter will come out and visit us on these things, and they'll ask to see any forms that have been populated. I mean, honestly,
prove that you're doing it.
the one that's probably going to get the most action and activity level will be the driver motor vehicle record recent, because I mean we don't have a lot of accidents at Heber Light. I mean, we're not with our vehicles, and so to do those inspection reports, we haven't, knock on wood, had a wildfire caused by us yet. Doesn't mean we don't have things start on fire. It just means that we've been lucky that in our cabin communities, we've definitely undertaken the efforts to mitigate the risk as much as possible. So
you're working with Chief Hales and Clint on the fire marshal on what they recommend.
I know the fire department's working very aggressively with some of our mountain subdivisions to do clear cut around their cabins and all of that, which helps us too.
Well, yeah, from a development
That's the
standpoint,
one
there
thing
are
that,
wildfire
Yeah,
precautions. but-
that's the one thing that the policy will, and that's one thing that we're not doing, and, we haven't like submitted, what our mitigation measures are to the, county fire department and the county marshal, but we are doing, and we are documenting, the areas of the system that we've been inspecting, so that we can make those submittals to the fire marshal, and then, it's up to the fire marshal to, come back to us and say, well, we'd really like you to look closer at, this street and this street,
Well,
because we're just doing ours, based on, our system map and inspecting and then taking care of and clearing right of ways, following the inspections.
Do we have, I mean, then that makes great sense. Like that's, let me point up my finger at the one that was scaring me. The one that was scaring me is wildfire management, next section 3, right? So fire prevention procedures, you just cover routine inspection, or you kind of hit on vegetation management and the cost of using aerial imagery to pinpoint areas with high heat signatures for targeted monitoring. I'll be impressed if that exists right now. We have records of it. Okay, cool. And then weather-related shutoffs. I don't remember reading anything that said anything about us being proactive in shutting off lines in situations.
We just haven't had.
Okay, and use it.
it's in place to do.
Cool.
Lead time on the material, but the guys, they've got an order, it needs program, but we're gonna have isolation circuit breakers looking at those high-risk areas to where when the red flag warning comes in, yeah, you guys could hear it. Interlocking could be out of power for 6 hours just because the risk's too high to keep interlocking energized. Or Timberlake, wherever that red flag warning comes in. If we're just gonna, Rocky Mountain Power has just spent,
Forcing it down to it.
millions of dollars and, they're out billions in settlements in Oregon. But they've got an open access website that our dispatchers are gonna have to, keep an eye on, and when, if our area is flagged as a red flag, then, those distribution systems in those high-risk areas are gonna get the internet.
What creates a red flag? A high wind incident, stuff like that?
High wind and humidity,
Low humidity?
yeah, and dry conditions, it's,
So as part of this, do we need to do something to notify those communities that might be in that area that you could be and it's not?
we are, we just implemented some technology to send text messages out. So yeah, we're definitely working on it. And like I say, some of this stuff, it's just hard to get. We can't even buy, some of the like fuse cutouts right now. They're just not available because, you've got PG&E that's buying direct from the supplier, everything they can make. So,
Major.
yeah. So, and as we can start getting them in, then we'll start changing them out on our system as well.
We're doing all we can do.
Any further questions, comments, or motions on the risk review policy?
So you need a motion to,
Well, same review.
Discuss and
sure
review,
about-
do we need to,
About
based
approval
on
on
your
this.
conversations with our underwriters, insurance, do we need to approve it?
Eventually it'll need to be approved. They're okay on this underwriting cycle with just even having the word draft on it that we have.
That we're looking at it.
But, it'd be nice if you approved it. If there's any concerns beyond that, then,
We can do a
table it and
conditional,
approve it down the road.
we can do a conditional approval and put it on the approved next month.
We'll be bringing the insurance to you in April.
Well, assuming, so we'll get the rates next probably in the next 2 weeks. And so we'll bring them to the audit committee. If the audit committee decides to put them on the board agenda for approval, then we'll do it. If the things don't look good, then we'll have to go back and lean on the insurers to see if we can't get better rates. And then it would be April.
We could approve these policies when we approve the actual insurance.
You can show them we got them in place or we're putting them in
We've
place.
already, I sent them to them as soon as I hit draft and sent them to the audit committee. I said, here you go, these are drafted. So,
Okay.
Okay, so we'll look forward to seeing
Good for
these
now,
again. Along with
Good
the
job.
insurance rates. And if anybody has further comments or questions, please be sure to contact Bart. Really
This is
appreciate your
good for
background
us.
on all of this. Is Emily here for the wholesale power report?
No, she was on an airplane coming back from, but I can do it.
Please do. Go ahead, Jason. Jason will give us the wholesale power report.
Okay.
Good luck. She does a great job of it, so,
Yeah,
you know, big shoes to fill, so.
yeah. Try. No, the reporting period is January, and our purchase budget was 1.5 million. Cost came in at 1.3. On the natural gas side, the budget was 224,000. The NG actuals for January came in at 96,000. So slightly under budget on that. And, you know, that's the difference from budget. Budget 1.7 million. Overall wholesale power actuals came in at 1.4. So there is a margin starting out the year. And then this is, you know, our resources and, you know, how they stacked up as far as budget to actual cost for the month of January. You can see the big winner was the Hunter Power Plant. That's due probably almost 100% due to availability, meaning the coal issues have, you know, really started to wane for that project, and the capacity factor and the way that UAMPS is allowing us to schedule it is driving those costs down from where they were budgeted. Federal Hydro also came in under budget. You know, some of the others came in slightly over budget the year or for the month, but kept us with that margin overall for the projects. This is just a different stack look at it. And, you know, this is just a direction, but Emily's been exploring some renewable energy rec swaps. So we have a lot of renewable energy credits that we have built up. And so one way to get value for those renewable energy credits, yet still, you know, have the renewable energy credits for our customers if they're needed, or that type of stuff, is to do a rec swap. And what that does is, so we've got, say we've got solar from a specific Red Mesa solar project, and all of the recs that are generated there are tied directly to energy. We can swap that and basically sell those to a marketer for a high price because they're directly tied to energy. And then they swap us back recs that aren't directly tied to a specific project for about half the amount of what they purchased the other for. And so, you know,
Just gives us options to use it
recs
somewhere else.
are an accounting game. What it does is, like on our website, we can't specifically say that we're generating recs from Red Mesa Solar Project, but that we're generating, but that we have recs available for the utilities use or for our customers' use if needed.
Isn't it quite an administrative accounting game? I mean, who would administer this?
It's just what you do is you'd sell it to the marketer, you'd sell you the recs, you know, that are deemed qualified, and the marketer goes and finds, okay, you know, California is paying X amount for these recs or whatever. And Colorado or state of Washington's paying this amount for recs. I can go and sell them in these different areas. Okay, so they'll buy your recs for $100,000. Okay, this is just rough numbers. If you have $100,000 recs, they'll buy them for $1, and you know you'll get $100,000, and then they'll sell you back matching recs that aren't specific or qualify into those states. And your net would be about 50,000. You still have all the recs that you started out to deal with. It's just you're selling qualified recs to a marketer, and then he's selling you back non-qualified recs. And we're in the state of Utah, so we don't have any like state mandate on qualified recs. So, you know, it's just because we live in Utah, you know, a solar rec is worth the same to us, but in the state of Washington, a solar rec might be worth even more. And so that marketer is playing that game. All you're doing is getting the benefit of keeping all your recs, and the marketer's got the risk of being able to go out there and quantify them for more than what he sold you, just generic recs for.
It seems silly to us because we don't have those requirements, but in other states, I mean, they have requirements that you must have X% solar, X% hydro, even, you know, in order to claim that you're renewable or that you're using renewable energy in the first place, right?
Yeah, and it can go even sillier than that. Like in Washington, you know, each wind rec has to be from a qualified facility. And so that facility has to go and get qualified for rec sales into the state of Washington. Now, I don't know whether, you know, Pleasant Valley Wind, where we get some recs from, are qualified recs in the state of Washington. I haven't done that research. We haven't, you know, but maybe a marketer has and says, oh, Heber's got, you know, 1,000 Pleasant Valley recs that I can sell into the state of Washington, and I've got buyers for them. That's the other thing we don't have. We don't have buyers for them either, you know, nor do we have people that can sit on the phone and find buyers for them. So it's just a way to monetize our recs without really giving up any recs.
What the CY means?
Calendar year 21.
And the rec was, say again what that is, it's renewable energy credit.
Energy credit.
Okay.
So we haven't done anything like this yet?
We've sold
Oh, there it
recs.
is.
So what?
We have sold recs, yes. You know, we've sold recs into Colorado, or we've sold recs to a marketer, or we've let UAMPS market our recs for us. You know, this is just a way for us to work with this Harrison Renewable on a rec swap, where all we're doing is swapping project-specific recs for generic recs.
And we use them where we need them better.
And, you know, Delta Stone says, you know, they've got a big account, and, you know, if they want to buy all renewable, they want to make sure that all their stone is built with renewable energy, then we can send Delta Stone, Jared works with those people, and, you know, send Delta Stone a letter that, yes, you know, this much of your energy. But then we've got to retire those recs.
So then they'll have, what's his name will be happy with them. The federal guy. Former, who's the big energy? That guy.
I don't pay attention.
Okay,
I
so
just think
does
it's
this
an
mean
interesting game.
you're going to
It is.
continue to do that?
Incredible.
Yeah, this is just, like I say, we're monetizing recs, you know, when it's advantageous to us anyway. I just want, we just wanted to bring by this swap idea and get direction that nobody's uncomfortable with the swap idea.
Once there's no liability on us that we have to pay out anything.
No, no, it's not. Like I say, it's just
You're in the right.
taking a
state.
project specific rec and swapping it for a generic rec. So,
At least.
Board, if you don't mind, let's talk a little bit about what's left on the agenda. Did you want to hold the closed session, Jason?
no, I don't have any need for closed session. Do you, Adam?
Perhaps we could.
No, I don't either.
Perhaps we could do the general manager's report and then take a break up till the 6 p.m. public hearing. Does that sound okay, everybody?
Sure.
All right, go ahead, please, with your general manager's report, Jason.
Okay, first up is, I reported that we, did an initial application, for the Diamond Fork project, the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. We got a letter back last week. This week in the mail. No. This letter will serve as notification that your company was not selected as CUWCD's preferred energy partner in the Diamond Fork System Hydropower Project. The selection committee asked that I convey this sincere appreciation for the work the company performed in preparing and submitting the expression of interest proposals for this project, and for the opportunity to meet the team on a discussion December 13th. So they are going to be partnering with another provider as they do the, all the studies that need to be done on that project. Doesn't mean that we are, eliminated as being maybe a project taker of energy if it gets built. It could end up being a Western area power project in which it would be subscribed out to Western area project members. And, it could end up that, we could get a power purchase agreement with the other energy partner if it doesn't end up being a Western area project. Western Area Power Association project. So, yeah. Yeah, just, that's what we were probably looking at, just to get the feasibility study and some of the studies applied for the system was probably about $1 million. We were estimating that between that 800,000 and $1 million to do those studies.
Just to do the study.
No, the studies could come back and say, that energy is going to cost you $350 a megawatt hour. So, you're going to kill the project at that point. So, we threw our hat in the table. I know we were a very small fish in that pool that they were looking for. So, it'll be interesting see who they ultimately end up going with.
My only hope is that they pick someone big enough that can provide, a purchase power agreement for many municipalities.
Yeah. Next is for the board, if the board would like to attend the APPA National Conference, June 8th through 11th. Please let me or Riley know that you would like to attend that, and we can make those arrangements for you. It's a really good conference that APPA puts on. It's really tailored.
When did you say it was June?
June 8th through 11th. It's in New Orleans this year.
Oh, Big Easy.
But it is a,
You need to go
it is a
I
conference.
have no interest in going to New Orleans.
It's,
Oh, I don't know, it'd be interesting, I guess.
it's, really geared for policymakers. You know, so that's who generally is attending that conference. Is anybody associated with policymaking? UAMs.
Could we get a brief on that somehow, or
Sure, yeah. We'll
kind of
just
summarize?
Yep, we can send you the, you know, all the information from APPA on it, the hotel and all of that.
Well, no, from the actual or the meetings and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, can.
The agenda, we can send the agenda.
Rewrite or abbreviated, context of what is, yeah,
Yep,
that would help. Just from a time standpoint.
you make note of that, Riley, to send that out to the board. But those are the dates, June 8th through 11th. UAMPS also sent you out a policymaker survey. It's a mosaic survey. Came from Jackie Coons. And, you know, if you have time, they're really asking for you to send that in to them.
Oh, it's a couple of days ago.
Yeah, a couple days ago.
It seemed like I started, there was so much stuff in there, I didn't even know how to answer it.
And that could very well be, I haven't looked at it. I
We
just,
didn't look at it.
What is it, policy survey or,
Is that something they pay for us to do? Heber Power pays for stuff?
Heber Light Power paid for you to go.
Do we normally send people like that?
It has in the past, you know, I generally go to it every year. I'm not sure I'll be able to this year, but yeah, we've sent people in the past. It is a good conference for policymakers. It really is. It's really geared towards them. Also, if anybody is attending, the meetings in St. George for your cities,
this is toolkit?
yeah, you have
What is that?
It's,
the toolkit.
April 16th. When are you down there for your meetings?
16th to 18th.
You want this? I won't go down just for that for one day, but if you're down there for city stuff and that, it might be. I've gone to that before, I think, when it's been in Salt Lake and it was,
Thursday, Friday morning, so this is just fine for the afternoon.
I've gone to it before in Salt Lake. It's good information.
Other UAMP stuff from the meetings, the fiscal 26 budget for UAMP was approved at the last meeting by the board. So starting June, we'll be underneath that budget for purchase power. So Emily and I will go over what kind of meaningful changes will happen from that budget from what we estimated for our budget. That's one of the issues we have with wholesale power budgeting is, you know, the UAMPS is on a fiscal year, we're on a calendar year, so sometimes there can be some pretty surprising changes from one budget to the next.
We know when the UAMPS conference is. It's in Reno again this year, right?
Yeah, it's in Reno in August.
Or was it in the fall?
Yeah, it's August 17th, 18th, and 19th. So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Oh, that's right. It usually starts Sunday night.
Other UAMPS news, there's really no meaningful project updates. You know, most of the discussion was on each project budget with no real glaring updates to report on a project-to-project basis. Transmission And transmission costs continue to be one of the themes, as well as the energy day ahead preparation for that energy day ahead market that we're all facing, being in the Rocky Mountain Power Balancing Authority.
There is a section of that.
Yeah. On the IPA, both units 3 and 4, the gas units, their initial fires and testing continues to be delayed through just inspection problems and various issues that come up with those first fires, and making sure all the boxes are checked and rechecked, and so the gas units have not fired yet. Testing will commence as soon as they do fire. And the entire group, the California entities, and the Utah entities, due to the delay in the gas units, will likely make an additional coal purchase, so the coal units can remain online through, continue to stay online, so that we're getting energy from the project, even though the gas units are delayed. So more to come on that.
What's that gonna do to the economy when they quit purchasing that coal to go to the gas? Where's that coal gonna go? They have sales for it? Or is it gonna shut down their?
Right now, it's been really, for the last 3 years, it's been really hard to get any Utah coal.
Well, I know that.
especially since
They
the
reported that
Canyon
when it went
fire.
down and toured.
Yeah. And so, to a point where they had to, train in coal from Wyoming and even Indiana.
So maybe it's already slowed down there enough. It's not gonna be that big
So
impact.
the purchase that they're looking to make is from Utah coal facilities, because Utah coal production has increased quite a bit in the last little bit. But, it's been planned for a long time. I don't know,
You know what's coming.
yeah, so what the, direct impact's gonna be to the coal facilities, I'm not sure. I know that they can get better pricing shipping their coal to Oakland and overseas than they, can here locally. Is what, I've been told at least. I don't know. I haven't seen contracts or anything to state that, but, so, that's the IPA update. I would say both UAMPS and IPA are watching the legislature very closely. Energy is a big topic down there. And so, more to come on what kind of legislative stuff will ultimately get passed at the very tail end of the session that could affect any of our projects, for that matter. Because transmission and transmission siting is one of the big bills that everybody is really focused on, because a lot of transmission needs to be built in order for the state to do their energy goals. Any questions on that stuff? New employees, we have hired some new employees. Bert Coleman left being the facility technician to go work on the line crew and be a apprentice lineman, and he was replaced by Trey Bunker. So that's who our new facility technician is. And Kino Meekum left the energy resource group as a system operator, and he was replaced by Cody Pack. So those two young men have been hired here recently. And on the new facility. It continues to progress pretty rapidly. Shop floor has been poured and framing continues. And we're kind of anticipating the framing being mostly complete in the April type time frame.
Talk here really quick, if you don't mind, about the switch easement that's still being proposed in front of the new building.
Haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I understand. Mark Nelson has hired the engineering firm that has put in, he's just told me this week. He's hired an engineering firm that has put culverts over high pressure gas lines all across the state. So he has no concerns about being able to deal with that in the design. He's also met with Russ Pump, and we are trying to, we've been sending an email around, and Jason, you probably wouldn't.
I don't think Jason was in any of those.
I just forwarded the email to you that Russ is saying, well, what about this? He's asking questions based on that meeting that he had with Mark Nelson on Monday, as I recall. So I'll forward you and put you in that email, but I was trying to pin down Russ on widths for the track, widths for the trail, widths for this. The city's asking for more now on the trail to be designated as some Utah Trail Network up to a 10-foot trail. I don't think 10 feet was ever required in your original design.
The Utah Trail Network, which is now part of UDOT, we're seeing it on the trail clear to Soldier Hollow from the depot. We had it, we were designing it as 8, and they're now requiring 10. But I don't know how strict they are. Like
It's based on that, or
UDOT, well, it's part of that Utah Trail Network. I guess UDOT's figured out they want. I think it's probably because they're seeing more e-bikes, all that kind of stuff on trails.
it's a mixed use trail.
Yeah,
So
they want it to be
usually
wider, so there's not a conflict. But my understanding is that we started designing at 8, and they're now saying, no, it's gotta be 10.
Usually,
So-
yeah.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
It's just more that you could impinge, right?
Yeah.
on The frontage. of
Well, and
the
I
right
can't
trail.
imagine. I mean, like I commented on the thing, and I was the one that said it. That for one block, you couldn't narrow that down, even though it's part of that UTN network. It just seems a little,
So with correct signage and stuff like that, saying. this is
Sure.
over-
well,
Whatever
instead of
is
bringing it
over.
across the street one block earlier, you keep it, narrow it down, and then bring it across the next block.
That's definitely an option.
It's
and that
crazy
would
that they
change-
wouldn't accept that.
Well, that's where perhaps the city council
Yeah, we
needs
probably
to
have some-
say some things, and I told Russ he could bring it to the city council. He wasn't ready for that, perhaps, but. we
Yeah, he
can
come
certainly
in, didn't want to
discuss
see
in
it
the
come back, but
Communication items, right?
Yeah, we can talk about
I'm
it.
just
Yeah.
saying,
I think,
Or
honestly, when I
then-
read his thing, I thought it was less about, I don't want to bring it back so much as I think we're actually more aligned than we thought we were.
well, we've got to make
But
sure.
we gotta get there.
Right, we've got to make sure Heber Lane Tower is protected, it's parking. I hope the landscaping strip, and then a very nice fence, doesn't need to be platinum, but still a nice fence that's going to protect the views as well as the public from walking onto those tracks from the Heber Lane Power side. And then I would like a fence on the trail side too, so that people aren't just going into the tracks when they want.
well, like I said, I'm hoping the trail could be on the southern side of the road.
No, just the.
East side.
Because people.
Yeah.
They need to widen that sidewalk a bit into the street on that side, whatever. I don't see having a trail down through the switch, even though they're only there 2 or 3 times a day.
Yeah,
I don't think it'll be a
on that
surprise
side.
for you. I think we're just trying to remember what we talked about. Because Russ is,
Well, there was a little
Russ's
bit of push,
mentality is-
there was a little bit of push wanting it, push a little bit in the Heber Light and Power, and I said, no,
Yeah.
that wasn't the agreement.
None of us remember that.
Huh?
none of us remember that.
That it would do that. No, it was going to the east, get out of there.
You know, Russ is worried as the city engineer about, shouldn't we preserve as much right of way as possible on the road for the future? And I'm saying, you know, this is a short road. It's more a destination location instead of pass through, even though the school does pass through. But still, it's more.
Kind of never redoes it to what you were thinking about with the depot or whatever. It might not even get past the road at all at that point.
That's still really up in the air.
Yeah,
It's still
Yeah,
really
there's a lot to go on there.
We have very little concerns at that point.
We know it's
Russ is doing his job.
Just so Heber City knows, and, the clock's ticking. I told the contractor to just proceed. I'm not stopping anything. I'm not doing anything until I get more information. So, you know, water lines are gonna go in and, you know, power lines are gonna go in and the train's gonna have to pay to move all that stuff if they don't get us exactly what they're talking about.
Exactly.
Going in based on the agreement that was in place when you went forward, and
We've had 2 months now, we're waiting on a final design, 2 months, and I keep pushing Mark, things are going to proceed unless you get a design here, and it'll cost you more to do it later, so we really need to get that done, but he has hired,
not only cost more, but he might be told
as
no.
well as the contractor that I understand is on tap, you know, that has done these things before. So it's, you know, topography, it's a survey, it's a final design that we're looking for.
Okay, and that would be my report.
All right, everybody, if you don't mind, we will take a break for the next 20 minutes. We'll start up at 6 o'clock, and we do not have any other business except for the public, right? Okay, so we'll pause the meeting for now and be back here at 6 o'clock for the public.
Jason, I talked to Bart about this the other day. I'm sure you're familiar with this.
To you attendees online, I'm going to go ahead and mute the line or disconnect audio for now. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready to get started, everyone. Today is February 26, 2025. This is a meeting of the Heber Light and Power Board. I want to welcome all the board members here, including Sid Ostergaard, Brenda Christensen, myself, Heidi Franco, Aaron Sheetwood, Kendall Crittenden, and Kevin Payne. We have many citizens here that have taken their time to come, and we really appreciate that. We're going to have a public hearing with 2 presentations on the rate increases and the rate implementation that's been presented in the agenda materials and have been on the website. We apologize that that was not posted at the same time the postcards went out, but it has been there throughout this week, as well as I'm hopeful last week through most of last week on this presentation. Everyone, the first presenter today is Mr. Bill Goodall, who's going to take a few minutes to talk about his study, his thorough study of the rate presentation. Bill lives in Interlaken, and he's very concerned, obviously, about Heber Light and Power and has been so for several years. So he's asked to present first, or at least I've let him present first, because then our consultant, Mark Beauchamps, who's with Utility Financial Solutions, a national consultant back east that has been doing our rate studies for the last few years. Then Mr. Beauchamps and his assistant Jillian is going to present on the actual rate proposal that they are doing. Just so you know, Mr. Beauchamps is looking at revenue requirements that Heber Light and Power needs to be self-sustaining. He's looking at all the different rate classes that we have for different different categories of charges. He's looking to see if there's any cross subsidies within those charges, what rate adjustments he's going to be proposing, as well as the appropriate monthly charges that are being proposed in the rate increases. So, Mr. Goodall, thank you for joining us, and I do appreciate all the time that you spent to email the board and to meet with Mr. Beauchamps and make your presentation now. So we'll turn it to you.
I want to thank everybody for allowing me to be here tonight. For those of us that have not met, I am Bill Goodall. I have a fairly extensive business background, financial background, mostly in manufacturing, and I think a reasonable working knowledge of Heber Light and Power's financial system. We've spent a lot of time together over the years, not the past few years, because I've been busy skiing and hiking and traveling, but so some of you we haven't met, and some of us, you know, like me, are getting a little grayer, and we got the hearing aids now, so we can hear our wives. Jason's hair looks exactly the same, so I haven't aged now. So there are a number of people that know that I've had quite a history with HLD, and so when something like a rate increase like this comes up, I get contacted by people and they ask fundamentally 2 questions. Is it necessary? And
And is it fair? Okay, so that's what I'm gonna talk about tonight. And if, some of this is a little bit based on assumptions, and I'll tell you what those are. But if for some reason I say something you disagree with, and you wanna talk about it, interrupt me. So, what I looked at was the presentation that's online, as well as some of the current and past financial data you like to color. And the first question that I came to was, does the rate study include principal payments? Because I couldn't find it. And that was a little bit shocking. I mean, you can't, it would be unreasonable to have a study that didn't include paying off the debt. Well, here it is. It's hidden in interest on the debt. It took me 2 days to find that. So we'll go on from there. Next. And Colby, thank you for getting that loan for me. I appreciate it. And then the next question that I tried to look at is, are these rate increases really necessary? And some of this information I put together to help explain this to others, and you've all seen it, but I'm going to go through it quickly. If you look at where we were at the end of 2024 in sales at 27 million, and then you add on the assumptions, and I think they're reasonable, of 19% growth, 26% inflation over the next 5 years, and then the study assumes 27% price increase over the next 5 years. Where do you end up? You end up at $7.4 million of operating income. Well, at that point, the company's going to have $88 million worth of debt, and just the cost of financing that debt is somewhere around $8 million. So it's not unreasonable to say that level of goal makes sense. And the I'm sorry, $3.8 million. But what we see here is the effect of growth in terms of operating income is fairly limited, and you can debate that, and Mr. Botep and I did last night. How much of that actually comes down to the bottom line? How much of it is paid sucked up into variable costs? How much of it is sucked up into some overhead costs? But this increase in income due to growth only goes maybe 10%, some people would say 20, some would say 30, but it certainly doesn't all go down to the bottom line. So what do we end up with? We end up with sales revenue of about $40 million, operating income before depreciation, which is how much money the company is generating to make investments, of $3.8 million paid debt, $3.8 million. There's $85 million of capital investment. And we're going to talk about that for just a minute. You'll end up with just under $100 million of bond debt with an average interest of $5 million and average principal of $4 million. So that's $9 million a year that Heber Light and Power will be paying for the next 25 years. And in order to finance that, the rate study price increase next year of 13%, 27% over the next 5 years. So that's all information that you've all seen. This is kind of all of that on one short Craig's notes somewhere. Now, so if we could slide that up a little, here's the answer. The answer that I came to is it necessary? Yes. It's, but let's all understand. Maybe you say worst case growth assumption. Okay, and that's what Jason and his staff have to do. They have to assume growth is going to happen the way people are talking about it, and they have to prepare you and the public to pay for it. Now, if it ends up being less than that, then there are options. But based on the assumptions of growth, especially, and the assumptions of $85 million worth of capital investment and the debt that it's going to accumulate, I believe that this price rate increase study is correct. Now, let's move on. And it took me a little while to come to that conclusion. Okay, the third question, and this is the one about, is it fair? Are the costs equitable? The price increases as a result of cost equitable for existing ratepayers versus for the people that are, in other words, who should pay for this? And how do you figure out what the right answer is to that? And I have to thank Mark Beauchamp, who's on there. He and I spent an hour together last night going through these models in a lot of detail and talking about this very specific topic. He was in Guam last night while we were talking. I think he's in Korea today. So he's a busy guy, but he found time. If you look at how can you determine what's equitable in terms of impact fee versus electric rates, there are two different ways to pay for this investment. One of them is by having the new property owners pay impact fees and using that money to pay for some of the infrastructure. The other one is to have existing and new ratepayers pay more money, higher rates, and use that to pay for that infrastructure. And obviously, what this study includes is a mixture of both of those. So what's fair? There's $80 million of growth capital being added, and if you value that in terms of principal and interest, that's about $7 million of principal and interest a year. Or you can value it in terms of this will have about a 20-year life. 20 years from now, some of this stuff is going to be in place. So it's kind of average cost per year is something like $4 million. So it seems to me, in the rate study assumes $3 million a year in impact fees. And I'm going to tell you that I don't think they're quite high enough. I think a little bit more should be covered by impact fees. And as you'll see in a minute, that doesn't change, unfortunately, the rate increase. So recent years, you've enjoyed impact fees of $4.1 million in 23 and $4.9 million this past year. I almost got excited when I saw that end of November financials. It said 9 million, but no, that wasn't quite. But I thought, wow, this is something that I pushed this company about 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Jason, I don't remember. The impact fees aren't high enough. The new property owners aren't paying their fair share. And so it's nice to see that it got all the way up to $5 million. So let me see what I have there. If we were to raise the impact fee just a little bit, last night we went through a couple of models with Mr. Bouchard, and he and I may not entirely agree on this one, but if the impact fees were raised to $4 million in assumptions, which I think is reasonable given the history, that $25 million on that could be 20 million. Wouldn't affect the rate increase, and that's what we're here to talk about. So as you get around to the impact study, and you start having that discussion, I would urge you to take that model and play around with a few assumptions about impact fees, because they won't necessarily change the rate increase amount, which is what you're here to discuss tonight, but they could affect how much you borrow. Okay? And I think that, let me put it this way, when I was in manufacturing, the easiest way, the nicest place to reduce costs was in scrap. Less material, less stuff thrown away, less money spent, but everybody still has their job. To do it in productivity, you might have to lay some people off. Well, your scrap is interest. And it's the easiest, kindest way for you folks to find ways to reduce expenses. And so, for example, if we take that $5 million out of there, it saves a little under $500,000 a year. If I was to come to you and say, well, take out $500,000 worth of personnel costs, what would you say, Jason? No, I mean, no, absolutely not. Okay, but here's an opportunity to get the same thing and not impact the operation. And that's the part where you would do. And that's what I wanted to talk, why I wanted to talk to you tonight. So if you look at this whole thing, I think that there's some ways that you could make it a little bit more equitable than the current assumption. And some of these, you know, you're interested in, some of them you're not, but here's some ideas. Obviously, the 27% rate increase over this time does not address ratepayer equity. Sorry, but the ratepayers are going to pay. However, if we raise the impact fees to $5 million, okay, it contributes $10 million over this time by the new property owner rather than the ratepayer. Now, there are statutory limitations on what you do with impact fees. I sincerely doubt the law will let you go any higher than that, but it is an option to help with the equity just a little bit. Here's one that caught at least one person's attention. My suggestion is, I'm assuming that most of that $80 million, $60 million of this growth capital, according to the plan. You have to dig to find it, but that's about what the number is. I'm assuming, and I don't know this because I haven't gone through every project, that it's a deeper annexation. Is that reasonable? Huh? Okay. So let's let Heber help. They're going to get the taxes. Let's have them pay $1 million a year in interest. They can't pay for any of the capital, but they can help with the interest cost. Okay, so you know, if you look at that, and we can get $4 or $5 million a year in impact fees, and maybe $1 million from Heber. We go back and we say, well, what's the added incremental interest and depreciation? We just covered it. And so as time goes on and those new ratepayers start moving in, there'll be more people to pay rates, and that will eventually cover the rest of it. But this, for the next 5 years, would cover that increment. Another thing that will help would be to minimize bond debt. I mean, you're sitting on $22 million worth of cash right now, you know, $46 million worth of debt, almost $5 million a year of interest and principal. And what happened with the model that you use for capital budgeting and impact fee budgeting is a result of having to assume sort of the worst growth put together the plan to need to borrow next year, have enough cash around to cover this, and then it doesn't all happen. And how many years has that been? Usually, like last year, I think the budget was 31 million capital, and you spent 21 million. So what happens is you go out, you borrow that money, and then you pay interest on it. You're not using it for the growth. You're just sitting there waiting. And you know, I get it. That's more comfortable. There's no risk involved, but somebody's paying that. So I would say that one of the things that you could do always go through that list and say, is it really needed? Do we absolutely have to do this? Let's take it out. I assume you've already done that. But, okay. Second one is either reduce or delay bonds. And that's where this thing that I'm suggesting to you as you get into the impact study, play around with those models a little bit. I think you can reduce the bonds by taking advantage of what you've done with impact fees. But the second thing is wait until the money is absolutely needed. If you can take that $20 million bond and delay it a month, saves $150,000. You can take that $20 million bond and make it $10 million, saves $1 million a year. So the one thing that you as the board could do at that point is go ahead and approve the plan. I mean, if that's what's gonna happen, they're gonna need the money. But let's wait and see what happens before we pull the trigger. Okay? And the more you can push those bonds out, and a little bit less you can make them, it's significant money, at least my belief. And then there's one more. If you want to avoid all of this, turn that territory back to Rocky Mountain Power. And I know that's kind of a little off the wall, but what happened was when the map was negotiated back in what was it, 22, Tim?
Somewhere around there, yeah.
There was an agreement made that any land annexed by Heber would become part of the territory of Heber Light and Power.
Part of that.
So part of this, so a bunch of this investment, I can't tell you how much because I haven't.
2019, I think is when that happened.
Well, I think it was finished in 22, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
Done a while. A lot of this investment and a considerable amount of the price increase is to provide infrastructure for all of that in the annexed area. Now, you'd have to go back to the state, you'd have to probably pay a whole bunch of money to the lawyers, but I mean, if the community absolutely will not support this, Heber Light and Power's position as an independent function would be, nope, we're giving it back to Rocky Mountain Power, let it be their problem. I don't recommend it, I'm just trying to.
Would they take it back?
They probably would make an offer to buy Heber Light and Power instead, but, you know, trying to be realistic. So one more. So conclusion. It's based on a very aggressive capital investment. It's based on assumed growth and investment. And given that, the rate increases are correct. You can do the math 15 different ways, and I'll tell you, Mr. Beauchamp has a very, very eloquent model that he's developed. And if he and I had the time, we probably would have spent 6 hours last night talking about it because we kind of get into that crap stuff. However, investment should actually be made only when it's really required, and debt can be minimized. And if you put the word scrap in there or waste, it can be minimized by carefully monitoring the capital needs and the sales of bonds. And I would suggest that you only sell as much as you need, and you only sell it when you absolutely need it. Okay, and there you go. I do want to make a quick comment about time of use on here, and then we'll see if there are any questions. I'm a big fan of time of use rates. We are a solar residence, and we're on time of use now. For the people that really understand the sort of the duck curve demand model, it makes absolute sense. And this is an opportunity from a ratepayer perspective, for ratepayers to save some money. Well, at the same time, it helps Heber Light and Power even out their load. And what we understand is that they can forecast, and they do a great job, and Emily Grant and others do that very well. But there are going to be days when it's exceptionally hot and the air conditioning is way up there, and they have to buy electricity from the market, which costs more. So on those days, if we're not overloading them, we can help them kind of level out that load and help them avoid buying from the market. So it's a kind of a win-win thing. That's my comment. Now, questions about what I just talked about? Was that too much information? Sorry. All right, I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
So I have a question.
Okay.
So,
By the way, hi Sid, we haven't met.
So Jason, describe impact fees and what what we can actually do per state code and all that, and percentage, and basically are our hands tied with raising impact based on.
When we do our last study, wasn't it just
Last year.
last year?
We raised them last year and the year before that, and I think the year before that, and we want to do it now again this year.
So yeah, we did an impact fee study in 2024. And, you know, this is where it really is a catch-22 in some ways, because for the impact fee study, you're forecasting the very worst capital costs so that you're able to calculate the impact fee studies at what that capital could ultimately end up costing you with the growth. So that capital plan, like Bill mentioned, is the worst case scenario. I mean, that is. I mean, if the growth continues to hit us at the rate it's doing, then we've got to build that capital out just as fast as we possibly can. And that's how you calculate what the impact is of a new customer. And we are currently charging the highest, the amount that we can charge per amp, per connected amp on our system. So a customer asks for a 100 amp service, they pay that highest amount we can charge per state code, state law on the electric impact fees. And we're currently, I mean, out of all of the, you know, public power organizations in the state, when we surveyed them in 2024, we are charging the highest impact fees in the state of Utah. And so incrementally, each year we're going to study this because we continue to grow at such a rapid rate. And with that, we also, you know, update the cost of what that capital is going to be through various engineering studies and getting latest pricing from vendors so that that capital plan is as accurate as it possibly can on the forecast. We're only allowed to do the 6-year window according to the statute. And so our capital plan might be go out 10 years because that's what it needs to do. But for the impact fee study, we're only allowed that 6-year window of what that impact fee is going to do and the work that you're going to do to fill those loads in that 6-year window.
Okay, so if I can piggyback on the question. So understanding that the impact fees were always behind the 8 ball in terms of by the time the study is done, when it could be implemented. Have we been doing that, an update every year? Yeah. Okay. So my question. Okay.
Not before.
So my question is this. Does it make sense to do it twice a year? And the only reason I'm just throwing this out there is, again, because of that time delay and the lag, is it worth, yes, there's going to be a cost to do this, you know, do the study, but is the potential to increase and get that extra 6 months rather than sitting and waiting for 12 months?
I know you addressed it.
I'll just anybody. Yeah.
Well, realize one thing. When you're looking at impact fees, you're looking at capital growth investment that's going to happen in the future. Okay, until that capital growth and investment happens, nobody's going to move into that house or that business or whatever.
Well, they're not gonna pay the
Have to
fee.
pay for it before we get the money from it.
Right. So that impact fee increase decision is going to happen well before they're moving in. Okay. So in terms of timing, you know, the kind of the, oh gee, let's rush to do this a couple times a year. Probably, I can't see how that would help anything. And remember one other thing about this too, as you're planning and looking out at this long range, like 10 years, like Jason suggested, those impact fees will carry on for years as all of those people move into that territory. Okay, so they're going to help, you know, with this for quite some time into the future. And I'd like, I can't, one more and then I'm going to sit down. Mr. Wolchap is going to talk next. He was concerned that my discussion was going to get you talking about impact fees rather than rates. For tonight, I know you're focused on rates. So my apologies for bringing up impact fees.
Well, that was good because I wanted Jason to verify that
Well, there's been some public comment that we aren't charging enough impact.
I'd like at the same time, if I
That
don't
need
mind,
to be out there.
what is your opinion on it? Because again, if we're looking at, here's how I'm looking at it. If we're doing the update once a year, and we're getting increases out of that, okay? That just begs the question of, does it make sense? And I'm not saying I have the answer that's yes or no, but does it make sense to do it more frequently? And therefore, we're getting more increases rather than waiting, 12 months. If it's not worth it, yeah, I'm not interested if it's not worth it, but if we're gonna get some incremental increases to what we're allowed to collect.
Every study's different, and it just, like one of the big questions in the capital plan right now is independence. You have discussions with that developer that independence is gonna, blow up and, go as fast as this North Village area is. So, if you could, firm up some of that stuff and actually know what's going to happen on the east side of the valley there, then you could build that into the capital plan, and that might be a substantial change in the capital plan that would, possibly raise impact fees another 10%. But if you're just going with not much change in the capital plan itself, and, are you even going to get back what it costs to do the study and to do the engineering analysis and those types of things? So I think, we discuss this stuff, multiple times a year here at the board level. I think that, we just got to be, really proper in how we analyze the discussions that go on that lead to the big growth. And then, if that's coming on and there is a significant change in the capital plan, then absolutely we fire off an impact fee study immediately.
Ballpark. What does it cost?
Each impact fee study for consultation, engineering, probably staff costs, we're probably looking in the neighborhood of 60 to 75,000. Yeah.
I can two more comments and then I'm gonna shut up unless you ask me a question.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. What I'm saying, I said that for a reason because they depreciate their equipment over 20 years. And as a result, we assume based on a whole lot of accounting studies and a whole bunch of different industries that a reasonable life for equipment is about 20 years. For a vehicle, they depreciate that over like 3 or 4 years. It's not the same for all the equipment. I kind of use that as an industry standard of thumb. Okay. First of all, I just want to say that we did discuss whether there was statutory
Excuse me, could we get your name, please, for the record on the question? Oh, thank you, Jamie. Jamie
We
Hewlett.
opened up for public comment yet?
No, she was just asking him a question, but go ahead, Bill, and then we need to move on with Mr. Bochamp.
And there is room for 4, maybe to 5, and you're going to get to that tonight about rate studies. You're going to get to impact fees. All I hope I've done is opened your eyes to see there is sort of a way to decide whether they are equitable or not, and how much they really could be. So you as a board are informed and can use that to make decisions.
But I think it was great for Jason to, say what he said, and we are charging the highest.
Yes.
No, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yes.
we are doing all we can
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
So the public needs to understand.
And I'll tell you that at a point in the past, a board of a bunch of mayors and council people basically said, growth is wonderful. Don't charge impact fees.
Yeah.
Well, that's changed quite a bit. So
Exactly.
kudos to you guys for making that decision.
Right. And
Thanks,
that,
Bill.
and if you don't mind, oh,
Can you ask the question?
One more, because we do need to, otherwise you're going to be here all night, all right? Sir, why don't you state your name, please?
Jim Church, two real quick questions. The 20% inflation figure and what we currently paying on our bond, what's our current bond rate?
Current bond rate is like 3.5%. Okay, the inflation figure, that's over,
I think it was 20%.
You had
over
said
5 years.
over 5 years.
Okay. So about 4% a year. 3.5, I think, is the actual.
We can only hope on that one.
Thanks again.
Thanks,
for taking the time.
Everyone, just to be clear, based on what Mr. Ostergaard said here, since I became chair a little over 3 years ago, I've made sure that we do charge the maximum amount of impact fees. And we've done those studies because we have been in the hole when it comes to impact fees. And we've been kind of holding on to them and letting general fund, before this came along, you know, that many years ago, we were letting the general fund subsidize the growth. And we weren't charging the highest impact fees because it was a different era. And like Mr. Goodall said, previous mayors, previous boards here have said, well, we'll subsidize growth. I didn't know that until 10 years ago when I was on this board, sorry, 11 years ago, no, 12, almost 11 years ago. And then I caused a fuss about it and got kicked off way back then. Okay, now things have changed, right? And so we do want to make sure that we're spending the impact fees as soon as we get them for the impact fee eligible projects. And you can see that in our financial statements that we have very minimal amount of impact fees that we hold on to. We're getting that 4 million plus in a year, and we're immediately spending it for those impact fee eligible projects. The only way we can charge more, though, is if there's more growth and more capital projects than what we planned for last year, which looks like it'll happen. So the impact fees could increase again this year. We have to do this study first before we can do the impact fee study again. Okay, so I hope that clears up. We're really not trying to subsidize growth right now because we're on hyper growth in our valley. Okay, Mr. Beauchamps, thank you for joining us from Korea. We're going to turn the time over to you. Please go ahead, you and Jillian.
Hey, Mark, you're muted.
Thank you, Jillian.
There you go.
There you go, Mark.
Okay, good. I'm going to try to mute my microphone. I'm in an airport, just so everybody's aware. And every so often they announce a flight departure. And so I'll try to mute my mic because it is pretty loud. So, but I first want to thank Bill for his insightful comments and how thorough he was in his review of our study. And I really enjoyed working with him and talking to him yesterday and going through our models with him. And he came up with several, I think, excellent considerations moving forward. And anyway, I want to thank you, Bill, for that work. That was excellent. So what I'm here, I first want to tell you a little bit about Utility Financial Solutions. But before I do that, I have with me Jillian Jursic, who actually did most of the work, and so she knows more of the details behind the studies. But I want to tell you a little bit more about us. We've been in business for 24 years, providing financial planning and cost of service studies for utilities, electric, water, wastewater, and gas utilities around the country. We've done work in 45 states and several Caribbean islands and the islands of Barbados, Bermuda, and Guam. That's why I'm out in Korea right now, because I was traveling back and forth from Guam. So Jill, could you go to the second slide? All right. Now, when we do a study, the first thing we do is a long-term financial projection. What you're seeing is a 5-year projection. Our models actually run out like 30 years, but the reality of when you do a projection, it's based on a lot of assumptions that you're going to see. And the only thing we're certain of, especially when we get out 2, 3, 4 years, that the only thing we're certain of with projections are going to be wrong. And I know that sounds funny, but you know, if I could predict the future with that accuracy, I probably wouldn't be doing this job. But you know, the good thing about Heber Light and Power is they update these studies regularly. So as new and better information comes in, we're able to plug that into our models and regenerate the forecast based on more current data. So that financial projection, and I'm going to go through the key targets for utilities that we look at to assess their financial health. Once that's complete, we do what's called a cost of service study. And that's different from a financial projection in that we look at how much it costs to provide service to each class of customers based upon their usage patterns, how much of the different parts of the infrastructure they're consuming or using, how much they're contributing to the peak demands on the power supply and the transmission. And in the end, it shows how much it costs to provide service to each class. And it compares it to the projected revenue we used. And it shows how each class should theoretically change to meet cost of service requirements. I will say this, it's a guideline that we use in the last process, the cost of service study is. Because in the rate design piece, the number one thing with rate design is we want to be able to meet those revenue requirements that Bill had talked about for the utility. So the utility has a money to pay their bills in a timely fashion. But the other part of it is using the cost of service study to move each rate class closer to the full cost of providing the service. And that's what I'm going to talk about today primarily is, and that's what we're proposing is different rates and new rates. And we projected that we need a 13% increase this upcoming year, followed by 3.5% increases. Now, because the increase is a double digit, that was driven a lot by the inflationary adjustments that have been occurring, especially in the electric construction costs and the electric industry in general, to try to get us back on par. We didn't want to create or implement dramatic new rate structural changes because we didn't want to because whenever we make structural changes in our rates, and what I mean by structural changes is we're going to talk about time of use rates. Well, as we move toward time of use from the current two-block tiered structure, we would see some winners and some losers, and we don't want to exacerbate that 13% adjustment in the first year. So we did those more dramatic changes in the second and third years. So with that, Jill, could you go to the next slide? This slide is the power cost adjustment that was implemented a couple years ago. Because, again, we're having a 13% increase, we want to suspend the power cost adjustment until the second year in the study. We'd put the power cost adjustment back in place. Again, because we don't want to make the 13% higher. So that gives the ratepayers some stability. The other part of it, and this is not really, the base, in other words, how much we're actually recovering in power costs in the rates, we're actually changing that slightly also. But Joe, you can go to the next slide. And these are the assumptions that we used in building the model. And if you look at the second column, first has calendar year, and next to that is inflation. And we assumed an 8.4% inflation rate for 2024, followed by 6.6% and 3%. then the growth in the system or the growth in the number of customers, accounts, and usage. We projected a 2% growth in 24, 5% in 25, 2.3% in 26, and then 4.6 followed by 2-3% growth rates. And then purchase power costs they changed about 7.7% in 24, and we're projecting an additional 5.2. And you can see how the power costs are changing. Power costs are more market driven, so we don't really have a lot of control over that. So UAMPS does a great job of projecting it for us. And it's those projections that we're actually using for the change in power supply cost. Then you have the capital improvement plan. You can see that each year we're spending anywhere from 13 million to 25 million. And I think the total of this plan is around 86 million. The last column, and this is what Bill was referring to, is the impact fees, because we projected in 24, we actually recovered about 4.7 million in impact fees. And in our projection, we were conservative in projecting 3 million. We're hoping it to be more. Excuse me, though.
Mark, if you keep talking through it, it doesn't pick up the announcement.
Oh,
We can
okay.
hear you.
They had to do it in Korean and then English, So, double.
So Mark was saying that we're hoping the impact fees will come in higher than the 3 million, but to be conservative and make sure that we're not over projecting what's coming in on impact fees, because we don't always know for sure. It's not necessarily a one-to-one on our spending versus what impact fees are actually coming in the next fiscal year. We're using $3 million to be more conservative on the revenue side.
Jillian, if you don't mind me asking a question there, it seems like with the projected growth that there would be a correlation between growth and impact fees more than just having a flat number on the impact fees. Have you ever seen any studies on that, of the projected growth and the correlation to impact fee receipts?
We normally look at kind of like a weighted average, but in an effort to be in line with our budgets, and looking back over the last 5-year period, the $3 million felt a little bit more comfortable. We did run the projection with 4 million, and theoretically we should see them start to tick up over time. But again, because you update your studies regularly, we wanted to make sure that we were being conservative.
Okay, but theoretically and realistically, that number should increase with growth, much more than that. Anyway.
Yes, that's the hope.
Continue.
Yes.
Yes, please continue. And Mark, are you able to speak now?
Oh, there we go. Yep, I'm back. I would say another reason why we were conservative, and I'm gonna first tell you a story. Well, actually, I'll close with a story on that. But we were conservative in the impact fees for a reason, because if a lot of utilities, like I'm gonna go to Michigan, my home state, in the Detroit area back in the late 90s, there was extreme growth in that area. And so these utilities are building out their infrastructure, and their intent to pay for it was through impact fees. And then, of course, everything slowed down. And these utilities had difficulty paying the bills back, and it affected their bond ratings. So whenever we do an impact fees, and it kind of responds to what you had asked earlier, we did initially run a corresponding impact fee with the growth that we had in the model. And it did produce anywhere from $5 million approximately average a year in impact fees. But For projection purposes and rate setting purposes, we were intentionally conservative. Now, obviously, we ran several scenarios because the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want existing ratepayers subsidizing growth. So the rate adjustments that we set, and we have a way of monitoring how much truly does it cost to provide service just to the existing ratepayers. And we did not exceed that target. So like I said, for projection purposes, we were conservative. The capital plan, I also want to emphasize another part of that. When we did the impact fee study, these are the capital improvements that we were provided. And those were submitted to the state to justify the impact fees that were established. And if we were to change that projection, I'm afraid it could cause us issues with the state. So, but I think Bill makes a good point, you know, his Heber City Light and Power's policy historically has, they try not to spend substantial amounts in capital unless they're actually seeing the growth. You know, there's no way they can time it perfectly. It's got to be planned in advance, but they try to make it some correlation. So it's possible some of these plans will be deferred till future times. So, and I know I spent a lot of time on these assumptions, but I really want everybody to understand, you know, how these were derived. So, is there any question? Oh, let me continue. The next slide.
You'll just hold on.
This show.
Go ahead, Mark.
Slide shows. Okay, this slide shows the financial projection over the next 5 years without any rate adjustments. You see in the second column it says projected rate adjustment 0. Now I want to go through a summary of those 3 key financial targets. The first one you see is debt coverage ratio. The debt coverage ratio, when we issue debt, we issue a bond ordinance, and as part of that bond ordinance, it requires us to maintain certain debt coverage ratio requirements. And if we violate that debt covenant, we're in technical default on the debt. And based on this projection, our debt coverage ratios would be in violation of the bond covenants. And what we like to see is a debt coverage ratio that exceeds a 1.4 multiplier, when in reality you can see we're substantially below that without rate adjustments. The second major part of this target is cash reserves. If you look in the far right column, we identify what we call a minimum level of cash the utility should maintain. That they need to maintain that level of cash so they can pay the bills in a timely fashion. Because there's always what's called a working capital lag, a timing difference between when they pay a bill and get the money from customers. So we compare that minimum cash with the projected cash balances. And you can see that currently in 2025, without any rate adjustments, we're looking at $26 million. But then in 26, we're projected a $12 million cash reduction and another $2 million in 27, and then in 28 actually being negative in our cash reserves. And that's inclusive of the bond issuances that I show below, the 26 million, the 10 million, and the 18. So, Jill, if you want to go to the next slide. The next slide, slide number 6, is the projected rate track of 13%, followed by a series of 3.5% adjustments. Now, if you look at the debt coverage ratio, the minimum target that we use is a 1.4, but the bond covenants specify like a 1.2, and before we're actually in technical default. Even with this adjustment in the first year, we're still falling negative or below that target. In 26, we go to 1.37, which is close, and then we are above that target, that minimum target, in all the subsequent years. Then you got the cash reserves, which is over on the right-hand side. You can see on the projected cash balances, it would go up to about 29 million, 30 million from the 26. And it kind of bounces around each year depending on various factors. One of them is the capital plan. And it stabilizes in the low 20s. So, and as I mentioned, usually when we do a financial model, the first 2 or 3 years from our projections are usually pretty close. Years 4 and 5, you know, we're putting rate adjustments in there, but they're just more placeholders because the study will be updated and those will be evaluated for 2028 and 2029. So the next slide, I'm gonna mainly on the next 6 slides, I'm gonna cover more of the graphs that than I am the detailed numbers. But the first one is titled "A Closer Look at Cash," and this is just taking those cash numbers and cash projections and showing the comparison. If you look at the brown line, that's the minimum level of cash. So in other words, we want to be above that line. If you look at the blue line, you can see that our cash is falling and is well below that minimum target. And with the rate track that we propose, you can see we're just hovering just slightly above. So if you want to go 2 slides from there, the debt coverage ratio, you can see the brown line again is what our minimum target is, 1.4. The blue line is what it would be without any rate adjustments or well below it. And the green line is what our debt coverage ratios would be based on the projections, and they're slightly above. If you want to go 3 more slides, this is
Mark?
the adjusted up. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Mark, just to clarify on this chart, thank you, Jillian. The blue line is no adjustment and doing the borrowing that's being proposed for the capital facilities plan? Because right now you're showing the green line with adjustment and bonds. So is the blue line with no rate increase, but trying to still borrow that 26 million this year?
It is. It's with the borrowing also.
Thank you.
Yeah. The last one is the operating income target, and I didn't really discuss it much, but what we do is we look at the theoretical number that we would need to charge to fully meet revenue requirements. And when I say that, by that, it's a different type of way of looking at it. So if the utility puts $1 million of assets in service with a 20-year life, every year they expense $50,000 of depreciation expense. And theoretically, of course, it's a non-cash expenditure, and this is a different way of looking at it. But over that 20-year period, we would recover back that $1 million. But then the asset needs to be replaced. And when we go to replace it, it's going to cost more than what we originally paid. So the target operating income represents the inflationary increase in the replacement cost of the infrastructure. And, you know, that becomes the ultimate target. And we look at that, but right now we're using it. It depends where the utility is in their cycle as to how important it becomes to us. But we're not really using this one in this study. So Jill, you want to go 2 more slides to the electric cost of service results? Okay.
Yep.
Now I want to tell you how to read this. If you look at the very bottom, it says that for us to fully meet the revenue requirements, in other words, hit that target operating income, we would need to have a 14.8% increase. We're not proposing that, we're proposing 13. But what we use this for is when we compare that 14.8 average increase to the percent changes in each class, it gives us an indication as to how close each class is to the cost of service requirements. So if you look at like the residential class, which is the third one from the bottom, it's the biggest big class, it shows 14.6 compared to the average of 14.8, virtually identical. Yeah. So that class is right at cost of service. We just need to keep it there. Then we look at some like residential pumping shows a 64% increase. Very large class, a very small class with a large adjustment. General service pumping, medium general service in the middle, 37%. You know, so it gives us guidance as to how we need to change the rates. All right. And we combine that with the next slide. The next slide is the monthly customer charge. And, you know, the monthly charge, that fixed charge, is probably one of the most least understood charges that utilities have, no matter what utility, electric, water, wastewater, gas. They have that fixed charge every month. And it's hard sometimes for customers to say what's the justification for it. You know, they think about like a Dunkin' Donuts, for example. They don't charge you to walk through the door. Why does an electric utility have to charge you a fixed charge every month? Well, the difference is that Dunkin' Donuts makes an investment on behalf of the community, whereas an electric utility makes an investment specifically for every single customer they serve. In other words, there's a meter on everybody's facility, and the utility had the cost to install the meter, the responsibility to repair it, to replace it, to read the meter every month, to send the customer a bill, and the cost to maintain the service drop. Those are fixed costs that do not vary based on consumption. And if we don't charge the proper customer charge, we still have to recover the revenue requirement for it, so it gets rolled into energy. So it creates subsidization between different types of users within that class. So in an ideal world, if you look at like the residential class, you're currently charging $17.90. The cost of service study says it should be $22.73. Now we're not proposing to go from the $17.90 to $22. This is giving us the guidance, and what you're going to see is like a 50-cent increase in the fixed monthly charge each year, kind of move in that direction. All right. So now let's go to the rate design samples. Slide 17, which is a summary of all the rate adjustments. So if you look at like projected percentage change in year one, down at the bottom it says 13%. You see residential's pretty much right at the average. Most of them are fairly close to that 13%, with the exception of one. And I'll get to that in a moment. But, you know, we're trying to move each class closer to cost of service. So like the 14% large general service, because the indication we got from the cost of service was that they should get a little bit more higher increase than the average. And we followed that throughout the 3-year projection. Then you get into the pumping classes, the residential pumping and the medium general service pumping. You know, you see some negatives, you see some increases. One of the things and I'll get into this when I start talking about the residential rate. Right now, historically in our industry, we have not had the appropriate metering in place to be able to charge customers specifically on how they use electricity. In other words, the times of the day that they use it. Because during the peak hours of the day, it costs Heber Light and Power more money to bring power in to purchase it from the market. So by moving to time of use, we're sending better price signals. And so what you're going to see is what we're proposing, and these are very, very small classes, are time of use rate schedules that we're going to be putting all the pumping rates on, because they have the ability to control their usage pattern. So that right now, they didn't even think about it. They just fire up their pump whenever they need it. And it might be hitting our peak. Well, with a time of use rate, they'll, hopefully be cognizant of it. And where maybe they don't need it. They can fire it up during the lower cost periods. All right. The next slide, which is the residential rate progression. Remember I said when I started was that in year one, we're not proposing the full-time time of use rates for residential. It's because we have a 13% increase. We want to minimize the surprises on the customers. But in year two and in year three, what we're proposing when we have the smaller adjustments at 3.5 is to start a slow progressive movement into cost of service direction. So we're proposing time of use rates start in year two, but the differential between on-peak and off-peak is small. It's not fully cost-based at that point. But over time, move it in that direction to give the customers time to adapt and time to purchase the enabling devices that allows them to more conveniently shift their energy to lower cost time periods. So on the next slide, on slide 19, is where you see that actually occurring. The first column is the current rate. Most residential customers have less than 400 amps, so they're charged $17.90 per month fixed charge. We're proposing a 50-cent increase in that rate each year. The first block rate under the energy charge for the first 1,000 kilowatt hours, it's currently 10.4. We're proposing 11.8. The excess from 12.4 to 14.1. We're not making any significant changes, but in year two, what you see is all of a sudden it's based on when the energy is being used. So the on-peak rate in the non-summer months and in the summer months is about 14 cents is what we're proposing, and the off-peak rate is 12.2. And in the subsequent year, move them a little bit more. The on-peak rate to 15.6 and the off-peak down a little bit to 12 cents. Again, trying to move in the appropriate direction, and you'll see what the number theoretically should be on the next slide. But before I get there, if you look down below it, we're also proposing one other area, and that is what's called a demand charge. And I know that larger industrial customers, they understand demand. They know what that represents, but smaller residentials don't. But from a cost of service perspective, we have to size our infrastructure to handle the customer's peak demands. So by billing a demand charge, the customers with big demands that have a lot of energy use during any given period of time are being subsidized by people who are smaller users oftentimes that have a more consistent usage pattern. That helps to pick that differential up so that customers start paying the appropriate amount of cost and reduce the subsidization that's occurring within the class. The next slide is the customer impacts. In year one, the average customer actually uses 871. The average customer, which isn't shown totally on this slide, the impact they're going to see is about $14.60 a month on average will be the increase in year one, and then $4.60 in years 2 and years 3. That's the average monthly increase that they'll see in their bills. If you go to the next slide, this is the time of use rate. This is what we call the full time of use rate. In other words, over time, where we like to get to with the regular residential. But there are some customers that may want to be on this full time of use price signal, such as if you own an electric vehicle, you can charge at night. And there's substantial savings under this rate by charging during the lower cost time periods. So if you look at the current rate, we had established this a couple of years ago, the on-peak and off-peak, it was 15.2 cents on-peak in the summer and 7.6 and so on. You can see that we're just continuing that movement toward the full time use price signal. And this, in the long term, as I said, is where we would like to see everybody, all the rates be at a rate structure like this. Now, the next slide is the residential pumping. And you can see what we're doing here is we're just taking them. They have their own rate currently. We're just taking them and moving them into the residential pumping class. So that, you know, it's so small, so few customers. Administratively, it's not really worth the effort to have its own separate class. The next slide is the small commercial pumping, where we have more customers. We have 16 customers on this. And by sending them this time of use price signal, we're giving them more control over their charges. In other words, they can actually reduce their bills from what they're currently paying if they use electricity during specific time periods. The next one is the same thing. It's just a medium commercial class. Oh, go ahead.
Mark, I think it would be good to explain to everyone what does on peak mean and what does off peak mean, please.
Yeah. Jill, I don't have the actual time periods in the on and off peak in front of me. If you could look that up.
Yep, I have them up on the screen. Mark, they're on slide 21.
Oh, it's on
right
slide
there.
21.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, I see. Over in the upper right.
Yeah.
So what we're proposing for on-peak hours is it's over in the upper right, between the hours of 3 p.m. and 10 p.m., Monday through Friday. Those are going to be on-peak hours. All the other hours, including weekends and holidays, are going to be off-peak. So probably about 75% of the hours during the year are going to be low-cost hours. And so subsequently 20-25% of the hours would be at the higher on-peak rates. And by doing that, like I said, we're trying to give customers control. We want to create a situation where it's a win-win for everybody. In other words, the customer wins if they shift their usage because they lower their bill. And Heber Light and Power wins because they don't have to buy that expensive energy. So we're trying to create that win-win scenario. So now if we want to go back to, I believe, the small commercial rate 25. We're not proposing any dramatic changes in the small commercial rate except for one area, and that's in the energy rate. They currently have what's called a declining block rate structure, which means that the first 500 kilowatt hours is priced at a higher rate than the usage above 500. And what we're proposing to do is over the next 3 years to eliminate that blocked rate and price all their energy at the 7.2 cent level. You go to the next one, the medium commercial. Again, we're not proposing any dramatic changes. They'd see a 12.8% rating adjustment in year one, followed by 3.2% adjustments. But we're basically keeping the same rate structure. And the last slide that I have is a large commercial. This rate, we're trying to put this rate on time of use. So the energy rate, which is currently 5.3 cents, in year one, we're bringing up to 6.5. But then in years 2 and 3, what you see is, again, a time of use rate structure. And then, of course, they got the demand charges. So with that, I will open it up to, I guess I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought you might want to show that percentage slide, the overall percentages, perhaps I missed it here. I've seen it before. Was that it? Well, no, that was just the overall, but then I thought that we saw, maybe it's down in the other study, the one with the text, right? Let me see if I can find that. Nope. I'm sorry to make everyone wait. I just thought there was another
Oh, that's
chart
okay.
really
Do you
explain this.
remember what? Do you remember what it was saying? And maybe I can hear.
It
pull
was
it
a
up or
percentage.
remember.
It was percentages for the different amounts, even though I'm sorry, my tablet decides to keep stopping on me.
Oh,
No,
that's okay.
I think it could be that one. Yeah. See, yours flipped on yours too. Aaron's going to try to find that again.
It looks like it was
Okay.
page 19 of the written study, which I think mirrors, I'm pretty sure mirrors slide 20. Or maybe it's slide 14, that same, what you're looking at.
I think that
Okay,
referred
slide
to,
section.
yes, let's see if that's the one. It's slide. Which one?
Slide 14
Slide 14.
in what you just presented,
Is
and then
that-
I'm gonna find the other one in case the mayor's talking about the other one.
Okay, now, Mark, I don't know if you know this statistic or not, but Sid Ostergaard mentioned it to me before we started tonight. That do you happen to know what the average cost of electricity is per kilowatt as a national average?
I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I believe it to be about 16, 17 cents. It varies substantially by location.
Sure.
The east part, it's not unusual. It depends on a lot of factors because it can vary it month to month. It can be 20, 25 cents.
Right, right.
On the West Coast, it's a little bit less. In the central part of the U.S., it's cheaper than it is on the two coasts, with the exception of Washington State. Washington, Oregon's the cheapest because all
U.S.
hydro.
Energy Information Administration.gov says 17.01 cents per kilowatt hour for residential customers.
Yeah.
That's average.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought
makes
too.
sense. Yeah.
That is not in any way to justify what we're trying to do here or what we feel like is needed, but just a couple more things for the public to realize before we perhaps dive into your comments. When he is, and this is not the graph I was thinking of because you showed that earlier, and we're not going to those full percentage change increases. This is just showing it was guidance. So I'm not sure if that was the one I thought I was thinking of, sorry. But I thought there was more of a general summary than the individual slides that we've just gone through. My point
I
is
think you might. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
You may be referring to slide 17.
Perhaps, yes, thank you. And this is our overall proposal at this time, everyone. Obviously, we can adopt a 3-year schedule of rates right now, but we would definitely review things again next year and the year after that. So my point is the public's probably looking at the tens of millions of dollars that you've shown in cash reserves. And as for capital needs, and it's really overwhelming to see those high figures of what growth is costing, as well as why in the world do we need 10 million plus in cash reserves. And everyone, it is good fiduciary responsibility for us as a board we have a policy of 120 days cash on hand. And right now with a 29 some odd $1 million budget, that's a little over 7 million that we just need to have as cash on hand in case, heaven forbid, earthquakes, whatever, natural disaster happens and you're not paying your bills, but we still need to get things put back together and pay our employees. Yes, we've got to have the cash reserve, but then every time our system grows, our cash reserve need grows too, right? Our budget grows, our employees grow over time. We need higher cash reserves. Now you're probably saying, well, look at all those cash reserves that you've got there. please realize right now that the high majority of the cash reserves that we have are from a past bond, and we haven't spent it yet. So even though our cash reserves might seem pretty high right now, that's money that's already planned to be spent. And even though we've been raising rates these last few years, as well as this proposal and proposals into the future, I want to make sure that we have the cash reserves on hand without borrowing. You see what I mean? Because we're paying
Yeah, that-
interest
Yeah,
on cash reserves right
I
now,
think
just
that's
as,
slide number 8. Sorry.
go ahead, Mark.
Slide number 8. Slide number 8, I believe, is what you're referring to.
Well, I'm sure that it's astounding to look at the millions and millions of dollars and say, why do you need to raise rates on us when you've got that? And that is, those reserves are based on bonding, as you saw in the proposal, as well as the current bonds that we have, that the money is already planned to be spent. Okay, now just a minute. I'm done pretty much. I just thought those were important points to make before we started.
Yeah.
Before I open it up for public comment, Board, is there any other questions or points that you'd like to make before we have the public comment?
I've got one quick question. Mark, this is a question for you, but for the public's benefit. I've been on the board for a year now, and it very much seems like the rate study that is being proposed is a bit of a catch-up attempt. It seems like if we had been, as a board, and we meaning I wasn't here, I'm not actually putting blame anywhere, I'm just trying to understand, if the boards in the past had been raising rates more fluidly, more consistently, we may not see the 13% that we're seeing right now, given the fact that we look at an average age of all the equipment across the company. Even the extensive growth that's happened very recently wouldn't have been so much a problem if we had been raising rates consistently over the last couple of years. Whereas this is kind of a catch-up attempt to get us back to a fiscal responsibility where we can be in a good position going forward to provide service to customers going forward. Am I right in thinking about that way?
That is partially correct. And the reason I say partially is the study was done, I believe, 3 years ago, based on projected inflation rates. And we did not assume that inflation was going to be quite as dramatic as it was, and that the upward pressure on replacement costs of things like transformers would be as expensive and increase to the degree it did. I believe transformers increased like 40–50% over that period of time, and the inflation rates were quite high. So and that was part of it. And the other part of it is you're right, we probably could have pushed it more in previous studies. That's correct.
5%.
The only reason I'm asking, Mark, is, the public that's reached out to me directly has largely been concerned with, why wasn't this spread over more years slower so that it's not so much sticker shock today? To which I don't have an answer because I'm new to the board, but my answer has consistently been, I'm not exactly sure, but I'm really glad we know now that there's a problem, because I don't want to be negative cash reserves, which is actually impossible unless we're the government. We can print our own money, which we're not, right? So we can't be negative cash reserves in 3 years. And if we get as low as we're projected to without the rate increase, both on cash reserves and the debt coverage ratio, correct me if I'm wrong, we put ourselves in a very bad position to potentially ask for more debt in the future if we need to. Meaning that if we don't have the cash reserves and not covering minimums, we're going to get denied for a future bond if we need to.
Well, we'll also for existing bonds to be called.
Haven't we been at a 5% increase the last several? Didn't we do that after the last study?
For the last 3 years. We thought that would be enough to catch us up with inflation and the Ukrainian war and the power prices just going through the roof because of that. But go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Mark, kind of following on this thought. With the projected cash reserves that you're showing that would get us to the healthy position, can you just kind of shed some light on the impact that would have, both positive and negative, depending upon which side of the you're looking at, that it would have on our bond rating, and therefore ultimate bond rates?
Yeah, the bond ratings, I got to be very general because they take into account a lot of different factors. You have, just the characteristics of the community has a lot of positives that would give you a good bond rating. But outside of what's in the control of the utility, they look at days cash on hand. When you look at a AA rated utility, they traditionally have an excess of 200 days cash. Of course, you're not at that level. But the other one is the debt coverage ratios. And that's why we're front loading the increase to the degree that we are, is because we do not want to violate our bond covenants, because that will affect our bond ratings and will affect future interest rates and our ability to borrow money. So those are the two things from a financial standpoint that, the board can do to try to make sure that that bond rating stays high and you're able to get interest rates, good interest rates and a good bond rating.
So, Mark, I apologize to try and put you on the spot here, but so let's just say the hypothetical is, we've been doing roughly the last couple of years, correct me if I'm wrong, 4.5% around there in terms of an increase. So if we only did a 4.5%, let's say over the next 3 years.
Or we equalized the total amount to that 6% or so per year. 6.3.
Basically, we're going to be short on the reserves, okay, which is going to impact the bond rating, and we're not going to have the debt coverage ratio. Give me if you can, a rough sense as to the increase in future bonds. I mean, in other words, what is the negative actual interest
we could get future bonds for with that lower?
What's going to be the impact? Are we losing? Is it only 1/4 of a point? Are we losing 1/2 a point? And when you look at the total bond amounts, what is that? I'm just trying to get us to.
Yeah, I know.
The impact.
It's kind of one of those things that when you issue debt, when you don't have the cash in reserves to fund it. If you try to if you try to do the capital with what you have in cash, it's going to drive it below the minimum, needing to increase rates. But if you issue debt, it's going to increase your debt service payments and subsequently drive your debt coverage ratio lower. So what we're trying to do is balance those two together. I think that's your question, I hope. I'm not positive though.
Let me try to reword his question. If we maintained a 4.5% increase every year going forward, and because of that, we fell below our cash reserves and also our debt coverage ratio, would that cost us 1% in borrowing, 2%, 5%, 20%? What is the cost to us if we did that?
Yeah, I could not tell you.
Really have to go
obviously, that'd be a difficult thing to state.
Mr. Goodall has quite a bit of experience in that, and you're welcome to give your opinion on that.
Well, if you read the picture,
you have to be loud so we can hear you.
Yeah,
it says you basically have a monopoly. You have a board that's willing to raise rates high enough to cover debt. Therefore, you're rated at a AA minus, right? 85. Oh, plus now? You've been A+ for 2 years.
No. We were just. I thought we were downgraded. Sorry.
If you go to the corporate bond, the difference between like a AA and maybe a B might be a couple percentage points. It's not double, but other concern, and I can't speak to this, is whether they'd even give you.
Gotcha. So the risk is that, to Kevin's question, the risk may not be in a 1% or 2% so much as we literally might not qualify for a future fundraise.
Correct. That's correct.
Just consider that at the end of this, you're going to
operating income is about $4 million. So just to replace, just to kind of keep things running, you're gonna have to spend $4 million a year on capital. You're gonna have to spend $9 or $10 million on interest. Okay? So you've got something like 25 years before you're gonna get to the point where you can actually cover some of it.
That makes sense. Thanks for
So-
the question, Kevin.
Is that reasonable?
Just to clarify, I found the Fitch rating from December 2024. And before they re-rated us in December, we were A plus, not double A plus rating stable. But in December, they rated us A plus rating outlook negative. So we're still A plus, we're not double A, we're A plus. This is Fitch, right? They have different rating systems for different agencies.
If you were to go to something like online and look at bonds,
Mhm.
and you look at the different ratings, it's not.
The biggest risk is that you may not.
Right.
Is that what I'm new to that question. When it's rated, is that what the outlook negative means? Is we're rating it this way, but going forward, we don't expect it to stay here. We expect it to go down because of everything that they know and okay. Gotcha.
When they go to.
Yeah.
That says, wow, Wasatch is really under, suffering from all of this growth. Pitches reads it and says, oh, now we're on a.
Got it.
When they
You're
rate
gonna-
your-
Don't find Grace.
Yeah, you like that, look at that rating number.
Yeah.
Based on what you're spending, would be that negative, positive, stable out.
So can I ask it might be an obvious question to the rest of the board members, but are the actions we're taking now, looking at a rate study, talking about rate increases in a way that will cover cash reserves and cover debt ratios, is that the type of thing that Fitch will look at and say, oh, they're taking the appropriate steps to raise a rating? Is that the kind of actions they're looking for?
The fact that you guys had a rate underway when we did this rating review is what kept us.
Got it.
That dropped us. They can't ignore the fact that we dropped forward. And so the fact that we dropped down there and our costs, our capital program are more higher rate, they had to factor in that, and that's where we have to move out. The fact that this board take these elements.
Got it. Thank you.
Board, is there any other questions for Mark before we open it up to public comment?
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Colby, can you tell me how many people are online, please?
Currently 12 public.
Okay, everybody that's online, you will get a chance to comment, but I'm first going to open it up to the people that are in the room. So everyone, I'd appreciate it if you take 3 minutes max and tell us your name, and we can just go all the way around the room if you'd like. And I'll just start right here with this gentleman, and sorry, you, wait a minute, let me start right here.
No,
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay, well, you're welcome to come
back.
in later.
Yeah.
I don't need to speak.
Okay, go ahead then, sir.
John Glodowski and questions. I've got a couple of questions. So,
Oh, Mark, can you hear him okay?
can I talk louder?
I can move this thing around.
Yeah, I can hear him. I can hear him. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's John
Yeah,
Glodowski.
okay.
I've got two questions. First one, over the last couple of years, have we been able to build any new gas-fired generator plants? And second, have we got one coming up to cover all our needs of this valley where it's growing so fast?
If you don't mind, Mark, I'll let Jason answer that one. Jason, do you mind answering that one?
We've got, we continue to add capacity at the peaking facility, the Heber Light and Power Home. We add a little bit more capacity, this last year in 24. And then we, recently done a couple of power sales contracts with UAMP, the Joint Action Agency. With
What does that mean?
So So that means that, a bunch of cities, like us, Murray, Hayesville, bunch of cities within that joint action agency are, committed to building a plant down by Fillmore.
Okay.
And a natural gas plant, down in the, Millard County area. And we're also still working on building a combined cycle plant up in the Pocatello, Idaho area. So we are trying to bring on more natural gas generation as well.
Is there any plans to build one around this valley to really take care of this valley?
Yeah, you know, I mean, in one of those debt issuances that you see would be to replace and add additional capacity. We have a natural gas plant now that is being retired due to age. And so in one of those bondings would be to replace that natural gas with additional natural gas capacity here on system.
Okay, and I know prices change and everything else, but approximately, just a roundabout figure, what does it cost to put in one of these generators, these single generators that you normally put in to add in? And of course, I'm sure there's different sizes, and you can add on two, you know, smaller ones or add on two. What is a rough idea of what it costs for one of these generators to get it in operation, just roughly?
You know, for just a single generator, with the, you know, all the ancillary services and everything that go along with it, you know, you're looking at, you know, several $1 million investment, you know, somewhere north of, you know, 8-12 million per generator.
Right. And then how much does that put out with something like that?
That would be, you know, that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of, you know, a 3 to 5 megawatt unit.
Which takes care of rough, and I know this is rough, but
we're a 55 megawatt peaking utility. So, you know, we currently have 16 megawatts of natural gas generation installed on system. And so, you know, we try to keep that percentage where it needs to be for that peaking. That's become even more critical since we've been bringing more solar power purchase agreements online, because really the only thing out there that people are building are solar farms. And so as we're growing, we're going out there and buying what we can buy, and that is solar, but that makes that peaking energy, that stuff that you can bring on when that solar day ends, very critical.
I know what you mean. I got 34 panels, so it's like, it doesn't even begin to take care of stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Would anybody, who wants to go next? Go ahead.
My name is Jonathan Flagg. I appreciate the tough job that you guys have and the great service that the Heber Light and Power provide.
Thank you.
I have several questions. Maybe I'll just start with one. If we go around, I can ask some more. It looked like some of the numbers that were provided, there's a lot of conservatism built into the numbers. The capital projections seem to be based on worst case scenarios. The impact fee revenues seem to be quite conservative. The 3 million, Mary, you brought into question whether the 3 million was right or that could be higher. The debt coverage ratio, if I heard it right, the consultant is recommending 1.4, but the bond only requires 1.2. So it seems like there's a lot of conservative built into these numbers. Is there room to trim some of that conservative out of these numbers and lower the rates? And if not, how do we react when the actual costs maybe don't meet those conservative estimates? How do you react to we drop the rates? Exactly, Mike.
Kind of the extreme nature of either really high on one and then really high on the other, and can we bring that down, as Mr. Goodall's saying?
Or if you build in a little bit of fluff into every single number, then suddenly all that fluff adds up and it's a huge number.
Okay, Mark, did you want to try to answer that? Or should we just continue?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, good, good. Hold on. I think I'm on. Hold on.
How much
There.
fluff have we got?
I'm sorry. I do want to answer that.
Okay, all right, we'll
Sorry.
continue. I'm sure we'll have more discussion. All right, Jay, your turn. Let's hear from you.
Okay, and mine's more directed towards the
And
board.
your full name, please.
Jay Price.
Thank you.
And I've sat here and I appreciate your work and your conservatism and everything that you do. But my question is more probably of a selfish question industry-wide. At the present time, Heber Light Power is building a building over here next to the other one. And I'm in the lumber business, as well as two others in the valley. And we contribute somewhere, I think, or we collect somewhere between $2 and $4 million in sales tax, which portion goes to municipalities, in this case, Heber City. I am wondering why the lumber on that building came from Ogden without even an opportunity for any of the three lumber yards in this valley to even give a bid. And I understand you have a contractor, but I think you have the opportunity to request that at least the businesses here, I would hope that you would support the businesses that are here. We use your utilities. We try to be good citizens. I think we contribute quite a bit. We understand the growth, believe me, and it's huge. But why wouldn't we even get, I'm talking about either one of the three, only two of us have accounts with that contractor, but no one got contacted.
I am sorry to hear that. That's not a detail that we focused on. We focused on the regular bid and the references and the timeline.
But when you put a bid in, couldn't you require them
Yes.
to come
Yes.
to our local
At least give a
businesses?
local option, yeah.
Yes, that you should at
I think
least
that'd
be able to
I
put in
think
the
that would
bid.
be something in
Right.
the future, for sure.
Cool. Probably a good thing for us to
We
learn from the
actually
city.
do business with other municipality school districts. And if we're not 10 to 15% lower on our estimate, we're not considered from their local people. I mean, that's our company alone. But anyway, I appreciate your conservatism and that, but I think there was an opportunity there to maybe put some more money back into Heber City's coffers.
I agree. Hey, Adam, he's our attorney here. Adam,
Yes.
next time we have a contract of this nature, can we please put in that local bid requirement?
Yep, we certainly can.
Okay, please don't forget that, okay? We really want that to be in there. We want our local businesses to have an equal playing field. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. All right, and who's next? Who would like to? Not you, all right.
My question is very simple.
And your name?
small. Christy Miles.
Thank you, Christy.
So, my husband and I are getting ready to retire, so we're hitting that fixed income stage, so we're trying to plan ahead. So we've been, and this is my fault for not being more proactive and doing my homework, but I was hoping to hear a little bit more about time of use and maybe stats on, my husband actually sent me, because he's like, we put this effort into this, what's the payoff? If we keep track, we're trying to, and I'm wondering if there's any stats on on that.
We do have that, and I'm going to refer you, Jared. Jared, I'm going to refer
And if you're
Christy
quick, it's been a
to
long
you
day,
because
so-
he has that kind of information and he gives it out to all the customers, and you can see how we're trying to move towards that. So you do have the incentive to use your electricity in that morning time or weekend
Have
time.
an individual session to look at your individual circumstances. Correct, Jared?
Absolutely.
So I need to contact Aaron.
I was going to say Jared. Jared, will you please talk to her after this and he'll get you that information. Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead. We skipped you. Go ahead.
I'm Mike
Are you done, Christy?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm Mike
And you're-
Brownson, and on the fixed income, this is something, we've got people
that live on a fixed income. And they just barely have the lights on and up, you know. Is there a rate? You know, some people are lit up like Clark Griswold, you know. I mean, you can see them from all over the valley. Could there be a different rate for those that are using? And
You'll see it. You'll see it. Let's show that slide again. Colby, if you'll take that down. Mark, if you'll go back to that slide on the residential block rate versus the higher block rate, I think you'll see. And
a lot of people are just, like I say, on a fixed income, and then it's
Jillian, sure.
If we're all on the same.
We charge the lower rate. Yes, we have a lower rate. Thank you. We have the lower rate for up to a certain amount, and we really are using that to target our fixed income users, that you're not Clark Griswold, you're not the mega mansion. You see what I mean? Right. And we have the lower rate for that initial block. And we want to show that to you. If Jillian or Mark, you can pull up that lower rate on residential, the 1,000 kilowatts and below versus above that, please. I thought that was the number. That demand rate.
Slide number 19, I believe.
There we go. Can you see?
Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Okay, good. So I'm sorry.
The block 1 and the block 2. That block 1 is definitely trying to help our fixed income people. But when you go above that 1,000 kilowatts, then there's that higher rate.
I appreciate that. That's just my question. If we could, make it a little easier on the.
Exactly.
It's also double
the 400 amp and above. Right. For the the bigger homes.
Basic rate.
If you're on a well, you have to go for.
Yeah. That would be the residential pumping, right? Which is now going to be that lower rate, not a separate rate. And then you can do the time of use again at more and more in the future to save more money.
As it bumps up, keeps it there for household use.
Well,
I just wanted to say too that I appreciate this is the first time I've ever been to the Heber Light and Power board meeting, and but I know all you guys, most of you, I appreciate all that you do.
We're all neighbors.
Exactly.
We are, and we're all going to be paying for this too. All of us. That's right.
Didn't know we had so much fun in the day.
We don't have this many people.
No, this
City
is great.
council meetings,
Glad
unless
to hear.
It's a
something
great
comes out.
turnout,
We're
and
glad to
we
hear.
really appreciate your time. All right, so we're going to continue. Is there anybody around that corner though, on this side that wants, okay, so you're next then, go ahead.
Follow up to that with regarding the peak rate for households that have dual income earners or single parent households that work 8 to 5, come home to do their
Right.
At the peak hours. Is there any consideration or program for that population?
We really have discussed that, Jody, and I wish we had a better answer, but we don't. And it's because of this duck curve that Mr. Goodall referred to, and it shows how we have the ducktail in the morning, and then it kind of goes down through the day, and then we peak up, right? And that late afternoon, evening until everybody goes to bed. And then that's the head of the duck. Does that sort of make sense? Ducktail, body, head of the duck. So because of that customer demand, that's where the peak rate has been drawn. And it is a national standard to my knowledge. Bill, would you like to help?
I don't know what prices you have, but we, for example, set our washing machine and our dishwasher on pause so that it won't go on before 10 o'clock at night. So we pay 7 cents a kilowatt hour in washing machines rather than 12 or
10 or 11, yeah.
Can I have Jason talk about peak times that, we start hitting our peak and what implications that is to us and how much we have to pay for power?
Yeah, for a peak period, Bill mentioned it, or Mark mentioned it in his presentation. You know, the majority of the hours when we start making the adjustment to time of use rates, like your whole weekend period, any type of holidays or off peak, and you know, through the day, you know, power costs can go up as much as, you know, on a hot summer day through that peak period. You can see power prices go from $20 per megawatt hour, 2 cents a kilowatt hour, you know, off peak to as high as 70 cents a kilowatt hour on peak. And so the more that we can really, you know, incent customers to, you know, lower their demand through those high demand hours, then we're not going out to the market and trying to buy that last incremental piece of energy, which is very, very costly. And, you know, we're here to help too. We have, you know, rebate programs that, you know, we don't even get that much traction on, but we will help with rebates, you know, upgrade that washer so that it can be programmed, or upgrade that dryer so it can be programmed. Rebate programs to get that Nest thermostat that can be programmed in the home, so that, and we have people that will go in the home and help you program it, and do energy analysis. So we do have that energy efficiency program that we are here to help, and we would really like to get our customers to move off of those peak demand times.
Regarding the net metering program, focused on solar, where the circuits are full, any consideration about opening up additional capacity for solar machines by that?
Yes, you know, we just opened up a couple more circuits that were saturated, and you know, we're working diligently through our capital plan to open up more circuits that are locked up. We're also reviewing that policy this year, you know, to go to the latest engineering as far as, you know, that analysis as to how much our circuits can actually handle. And we're hoping that will free up another 20 to 30%. We're not trying to stop the net metering. You know, we have, you know, probably the most progressive net metering program in the whole state of Utah. And that's not what we're trying to do. It's just, we are so popular that, you know, we don't want the system to collapse because of all that generation on the system. So.
If that doesn't answer your question, you know, please continue to email us and ask us more questions. All of you are welcome to do that. We know we've got to meet the future, right? And the future is hopefully more sustainable renewables that can not just be when the sun's shining, right? Anyway, so, you know, keep going. Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay, my name is Jamie. First of all, I have a question about what determines a small commercial, medium commercial, and a large commercial.
So, Mark, do you want to answer that, or do you want Jason to, on what's a small, medium, or large commercial rate or class?
What makes them? What determines the small?
Yeah, what determines the small, medium, or large commercial rate or usage?
I think it might be best if, yeah.
We will. Okay, go ahead, Jared.
Yeah,
And
okay.
Jared, introduce your
Yeah, so I'm
position.
Jared Wright, I am the one that runs all the programs Jason just talked about. So, for small commercial, it's determined by demand. So up to 30 kW is small. Anything between 30 kW and 250 kW is, and that's kilowatts, is the medium, and anything over 250 is the large.
Okay, so could you give an example?
So Yeah, the majority of our commercial is in the small. Medium would be something like a lot of the school, the elementaries and stuff, or kind of the bigger part of the medium. Lower part would be like a convenience store type of a thing. All of the large customers are like the high school and Sticker Parson, that have these huge machinery.
Big grocery store.
Yeah, some of the, yeah.
Okay, well, that doesn't concern me because we're having going from 0.05 to 0.065, so those people are gonna pass that directly onto us, so they're paying more to refrigerate our food and freeze our food, then we're automatically paying more for groceries. The same with our school, like the school's paying more for their power, we're paying more. We're paying more for that. That's just one reason. My power bill is $700 a month. Granted, my husband has a rock collecting problem, so the 13% that they just stated, averaging $13 a month, I think that's a little off, especially my power bill is gonna go up to $100. So somebody stated that it was basically because of growth, and then people are acting as if we have no control over the growth. Wasatch County has put zoning beyond their general plan. Sorenson approved 5,700 units in 2020. North Village and Harvard Village at over 800 units was annexed in December 2024. St. Louis 4,220 acres was recently given the green light to expand our annexation map to the planning commission. Did you voted for the North Village and you're also on the power board. Envision Central adds 4-story density downtown and is planning soon to redevelop our historic core. Wasatch County, Kendall is reworking his plan to add more density. They're reworking the general plan to add more density.
Where, I don't, well, we don't need to argue it. Sure, but
No, we don't need to argue. I listened to the meeting. They said we're updating our general plan.
not necessarily to add more density.
What do you think they're updating it for? Anyway, there's been no feasibility study. We don't know how much it's going to cost for power. Nobody's doing a feasibility study for any of this. Nobody did a feasibility study before it was approved, before Harvard Village was approved. So how can we sustain this? I thought we were coming tonight to talk about the budget. That's not the case. We have some slides. So on the 2025 budget, it listed 3% rate increase, but now you're proposing a 13% increase with $15 million in bonds. I don't know the actual cost of them through the bonds a little bit. I know they're super expensive. I'm not sure why we're not spending within our means. Heber Power is proposing, or not proposing, sorry, they're building, as this gentleman stated, not using our local. Sorry. Okay, so anyway, phase 2 is $750,000 for the campus modification. I don't know what that is.
That's to rework the buildings that are over out by the Public Works.
Okay, I thought it was.
And there's a building that's going to be torn down that's not inhabitable, so to speak, or usable. And then the others would be upgraded for our inventory needs and security needs and so forth in conjunction with what's being moved to the new building. So that's the phase 2 of the campus. Okay.
So my question is, why expand that was not, sorry, page 13 on the budget, there's $3 million in miscellaneous. That seems like a lot of money. So my question, why expand the Silla map when Sorensen's is already too much? We talked about independence. Why wouldn't we just say independence, go get your own power? Like, why would we provide power to independence when we're already maxed out? None of these impact fees are going to pay off because we have to redo everything in 20 years. So, why push downtown density when we've already, when Harvest Village is discussed? Why build a $2 million office when everything's 13%? Why rework the county plan when we're maxed out? I want the government to pay for this, not me. We got no feasibility study, no clear answers. Did a Oster tag votes for higher density and to increase our tower rate and no conflict of interest. Kendall Crennan also voting for higher density and rate increases, and he shows no conflict of interest. And then there's this $3 million mystery.
Okay, so Jamie, why don't we have you sit down with Bart? Where's Bart? There you are. Bart's this our CFO, and he's going to be able to help you with that 3 million. To me, that seems high, and I'd have to go dive back into miscellaneous. I don't recall a miscellaneous category like that, but I'd love to learn about that. Okay. And yeah, and just to clarify that, this was quite a glitch that happened at the state transparency website this week, where suddenly out of the blue, they doubled everyone's salaries and benefits and posted it on the website to say that was what we were actually paying, and we're not. Just
that happened.
Yes,
No.
yes. It happened last week.
It happened in 2022.
No.
You want to explain that?
So on January 26, 2023, I submitted our annual transparency for the
Why would you do that?
January 26, 2023. On May 4th, 2024, the state contacted me and said they had a problem with their system, so they needed me to repost 2022 salary. So I reposted it. They had told me that they deleted the old file, but they didn't, so it was doubled up for just 2022. 2023, 2024, 21, 20, they were all accurate, but
Bart, is that why 2020, 2021, 2022 went up a lot, and then 2023 came back down?
Double because the report was in there.
That's why it looks so weird.
Why is it adding up all those years together?
It was that double, that 1 year it doubled.
Added 2 files.
But then why is she seeing stuff from 2022 twice when we're in
Well, you go look at
2025?
it. I
Okay,
looked
so
at
you
it.
noticed that it was from 2022 back then?
22 people fired back from 200,000 to 400,000.
Okay, but it was only 2022. It wasn't 2023 and 2024. Okay.
Were you assuming we gave that individual a $2,000?
Every employee got double paid.
Pay cut?
I wasn't assuming anything. I was just going over what I thought.
Right,
But you
okay.
put out the worst case scenario.
See, the way it was explained to us previously is we thought it was this current year, not 2022. So I'm glad that's cleared
No, I
up.
knew what it was.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'm just wondering how we're supposed to, compare with other people's salaries, the salaries in Heber, if we're getting false information and nobody has changed it, gone onto it, gotten anything taken care of. So I can't say, oh, is this normal or is this not normal when somebody has a $400,000 salary? That's the information that I'm giving. So don't say I put out there, because it's you who's putting it out there, it's Bart who's putting it out there. Don't tell me that I put that out there.
We understand. We
Where are they getting
understand.
information from? They don't make it up.
We understand. We understand.
It looks like it's fixed now.
Yeah, we
It is
are very
fixed.
glad.
The transparency.utah site looks like
Grace, I
it's
don't
correct.
think you want to ask a question. You're good. Mr. Goodall, you're good? All right, I'm gonna come around to this side of the room. Would any of you like
Hey,
to
I've got
have
a
a-
customer that calls it through the year, so I just have to
We'll wait on that. We'll wait on that. We'll wait. We'll see if Mr. Church, is that right? Would like to make a comment.
I've been before this board many times. Maybe Jerry can help with this, but I represent the airport and the hangars, and so we fall into the general service small category, and we get nailed with demand every time. I mean, this is my last bill. I paid $6.55 for electricity, not too bad. Demand was 4 times that. So, yeah, it was over, $24 for demand. So what we had talked about in the past was use of service, which really helps the customer become more responsive. And I think that's, great for the Heber electric. And we had talked about doing the use of service policy for the general service category. And we haven't looked at it, and I just would like to know why we haven't looked at it other than residential, because it would really help.
We've certainly heard this about the airport for some time. I would hate for you to see the demand charge that the Delta Stone to the south of you has to pay. It is incredible. I don't even want to guess, but when they have to turn on their machines and when you're opening that door.
With us, we raised the hangar doors. So what's happening is people are disconnecting the hangar doors and running them off the generator.
Is that right?
Yeah, and it's not one or two, a lot of people are. And because of that demand, I even went to the door manufacturers to put a soft start on the motor, and then you can't. And that's
Really?
one way of addressing demand. But just, I'm trying to offer a solution of, the use of service. And have we looked into that? And basically, why haven't we? Because we've talked about it in the past.
Jason, do you recall what we've talked about on that? I don't recall, sorry.
Several years ago.
Yeah,
Many years
I mean, in this proposal from Mark, we're moving all of the pumping onto a time of use.
This is airport doors, hangar doors.
Jim would fall into the small general service category. And under this proposal, that wouldn't happen in year one, but small general service would go into a time of use. In looking at this after talking to Jim on the phone, I think that we would have to really look at year 2 and 3 of this rate proposal and make sure that we analyze moving the demand to time of use as well as the energy, because right now it's the energy charge that's being moved in the time of use and not that demand charge that's really affecting the accounts like the airport hangars. So that'd take a little bit of further analysis as far as year 2 and 3 when we're moving everyone into that time of use type category.
Can I ask Mr. Beauchamps a question on that? Mark, is it a trend for time of use to be used in the demand charges, not just the energy use charge? Or Jillian, do you know?
Oh, can you hear me?
I haven't. Oh, there you are, Mark.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
What it is, it's a little bit different in what we do when we move to time of use fully. Is a demand charge that really impacts the hangars. We bring that to be only reflective of the distribution demand related cost because we have to size the facilities to handle that peak demand. But all the other costs related to power supply and transmission is rolled into the energy component of the on-peak. So we don't put the demand on time of use. We just charge a distribution demand. Everything else goes into energy, the on-peak energy. And I think what I'm saying is that if we were to do that, I'm assuming the hangar is extremely low load factor, so it's called, that their bills would probably come down.
Well, I guess that's something we're definitely going to have to look at, but I had never heard, sorry, the demand charge being time of use, just the energy charge. So that's why I was asking.
Well, there are some that will do that. It's I would say maybe 20% of the time of use rates for large industrial will have an on-peak demand charge, but most of them avoid that. There's a reason from a cost of service basis why you don't want to have an on-peak demand charge that recovers power supply and transmission and to roll it in the energy. It's a little complicated to explain it, but
we will probably come back and explain that again, but did you have any other questions, Mr. Sherman?
Could look into and it's the same thing.
Not with this year.
Yeah. So what Mark's saying is we take a component of what your demand charge is right now and shift that into the energy charge, which you just said, you're not your energy charge would go up a little bit, but you're not using that much energy. Your demand charge would go down because some of the fixed costs associated with that demand would move into the time of use energy rate.
Appreciate it if you listen to it, that'd be great.
That's probably not for this year, right, Jason?
Could be in year 2 or 3 when we're shifting to the time of use rate.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else here? Anyone else back there? Okay, we're going to. And what? Okay, you had asked about how do we cut out the fluff?
Yeah, maybe fluff was the wrong term, but it seemed like there were scenario assumptions and broken up the cost side and maybe some of the revenue. And if
that
reality doesn't prove to be that worst case scenario, how do we adjust?
Okay, I'm going to give a quick answer, Mark. You go ahead then.
That's actually a great question. And I want to, first of all, tell you that we don't use budgets. We use projections to take out the fluff in the expense side of it. Now, with that said, we feel we're close on the expense side, but with the capital improvements and the revenue associated with impact fees, that we were conservative with, and that's the only piece of it. And the reason is because if we miss those impact fees, it's gonna cause our debt covers to drop. And I mentioned earlier that the bond covenant is 1.2, we target a minimum 1.4. And that's not being conservative, that's being practical, because if we targeted a 1.2, because of the variability in sales and bad things happening, above 50% of the time we violate our bond covenant. So, and as I mentioned earlier, if we did that, we'd be in violation of our technical default on our debt. So, but I want to give you assurance, other than the impact fee related stuff, the other parts are not conservative.
Yeah,
They're
and I'm
projections.
not complaining about the projections. I'm just wondering if reality doesn't match projections,
right,
then we need to adjust. How do we do that?
And we will.
Correct.
We will, because what Mr. Goodall was saying up front, try to delay capital needs being built, which delays borrowing. You see what I mean? Which delays raising future rates to have to pay for that borrowing. We have pushed really hard the last 3 years to make sure we did have a complete capital facilities plan for any eventual growth that we saw coming out there. And it's at different points, right? Some things go fast, some things wait for way too long, but that's fine. We don't want the traffic either.
I think we have another, the same conversation that Mark and I have had over the past 2 or 3 rate increases.
Yes.
And, you know, if that's what you want, then you need to come to the meeting and say, don't approve new buildings, don't approve new substations.
Well, that's to the cities and the counties, yes.
And don't approve new growth. But what happens here, this is the part, and we got into this detail time, but because of the inflation that's happened over the past 2 years, and because of the inflation in building costs, they've got themselves in a little bit of a hole relative to debt coverage. And, you know, all of that cash, I keep saying, stop borrowing so quickly. Wait, save yourself some money. You heard me say it again today. That's one way that they can help themselves. But that 13%, I tried every way I could think of, stock market and moving that out in the future. But the problem is, if you don't do it, they got a debt coverage problem next year. And so once you get through next year, we're going to have this discussion again anyway, and that's going to get adjusted. Is that a reasonable answer?
So Kevin?
I think to kind of piggyback on that, if I understood it correctly, is, and please correct me if I'm wrong. If in fact the board was to approve what's being proposed, the 13% that incorporated this first year, whatever the study shows, we're projecting 3.5 in year 2 and year 3. that those can always be adjusted. So I think in your example, if I understood correctly, if we're projecting 3 million in impact fees, but we click 5, that's going to go right into that calculation next year. And maybe those 3.5s turn into 1.5, or whatever it is.
So you're saying on an annual basis, at least you're looking at those numbers and making those
Yes,
adjustments.
yes.
I don't see this as a commitment for those rates.
We look at them every year.
We look at them every year. So the main one is, yes, that's kind of what we're projecting for 1, 2, and 3. But come next year, we're going to look at it, and if that 3.5% that was recommended now, if that's the right number based on more actuals. That's how I look at it.
It's more complicated than we can ever explain in just a few minutes too. I am sorry. I hope you don't mind. You've had a turn. I'm going to have to let some people online that are here to have a turn too. So Colby, could you set up the participation list so we can see who's online, and then anybody that's online that would like to give a comment, your turn is, you mean we don't have any public comment?
5 is what I said.
5. Could you please pull up that list, because can they raise their hand? Thank you, Mr. Church. Okay, so I'm sorry, the list just kind of disappeared there. There we go. So we have Addie, Jeremy, MJ, and Thomas. If any of you would like to talk, could you please raise your hand? It's a little icon, I think, at the bottom of the screen that you can click on, and then we'll call on you and you can come off mute and we'll let you have your say. Anyone online that wants to give a comment, please. Can you explain better how to raise your hand?
If you're using the app, if you're on Zoom itself, if you just click on the screen, you'll have an option to raise your hand. It's literally an icon that says raise your hand, or maybe you choose to speak. Different iOS model might show something different, but I'm not showing any activity at all.
Well, you're still welcome to raise your hands all. We have 2 comments, one in a phone call and one in a letter that I need to read into the record. So Bart, do you want to explain about the phone call that you received and who that was from and what they said, please?
Yes, I received a call today from Bob Turner, who is one of our residents customers.
Thank you.
He has a background in finance. He mentioned that with the growth of 300 to 500, 600 new customers a year, the financial side of this doesn't make sense that we need a rate increase because of the growth in our result. That's all I want to say.
Okay, so Mark, do you want to help address that question? That is a good question. If we're growing to the degree we are, the percentage we are, then why do we need a rate increase with our growth?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, the reason is if you look in our modeling, that growth that we're projecting, we're accounting for the revenue attributed to that growth. Without that growth, the financials won't look as good. So the growth is accounted for within the modeling. So even with the growth, it's still not offsetting all the changes in cost.
So there's the short and sadness, not short and sweet, but short and sadness. The growth is not offsetting other costs that are coming with the growth, even with the impact fees. And I've sadly seen that in city government. Bill, did you want to really quickly?
What happens here is the investment that Heber Light and Power has to make is way ahead of the eventual income that they get from the growth. And as that growth occurs, their operating costs go up. So as we said before, the incremental contribution of growth is a very small percentage relative to everything else. So in order to fund the bonds, we have to have it now to build the infrastructure for that group that's going to be out there sometime. They've got to have some money.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here's the statement from James McCleary in Daniel, as well as Mike and Mary Duggan, Kim and Barb Norris, Scott and Dana Keel, Tim Clark, Bill and Pam Skinner, and Lee and Tori Skinner. And they dated this February 17th, 2025, and they say, Board of Directors, be aware, I and we and Daniels adamantly oppose your presentation of rate increases and rate implementation to support new development, exclamation point. New developments need to bear the burden of, quote, their development, period. We are not, quote, their piggy bank, unquote. And that's all of that letter. Okay, is there anyone else online that would like to give a comment? Feel free to come off mute. Are you allowing,
Yeah,
are you
so
allowing the chat?
Oh, I was gonna say, we could do chat, that's another
Let's
option.
allow the chat
It's
to
open
make
already.
sure.
We can chat.
Everyone, the chat is open. If you can open up the chat and you're not able to raise your hand, please tell us in the chat so we can call on you. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to unmute everyone online. So you're welcome to just begin talking, but please tell us who you are. So you're unmuted right now. If you want to give a comment, please go ahead.
They can mute themselves again if they don't want to. Is what's
Right,
happening now.
right. So, all right.
So I'm gonna let everyone talk.
All right, so you're on, they just muted themselves?
I am muted, so they can mute or unmute themselves. I've asked them also unmute if they want to talk, they can do it if
Okay.
they want. No one's shooting.
So if you're choosing to unmute, then you can give a comment. Here's your final chance to give a comment for the public comment period, please. Just come off mute and tell us your name. Going once. Twice. All right, thank you very much for attending. We do appreciate your time. We're going to take one more comment from John. Go ahead.
I'll go to Alfie from Daniel. So the cash on hand, is that earning any interest, or are we
Yes.
losing it by inflation?
I don't think no one's earning interest to keep up with inflation, and no, we are not either. But we are earning interest on it. And that is in our monthly financial statements. It's probably let me guess, I'm trying to guess, it's probably about the 10th page down, where we have all of our cash explained and where it's at and so forth and what we're earning in interest. It's also lower in the financial statements that are in the same format as our yearly audit. So you can go from the financial statements right to the audit and they match up month to month and year to year.
With the way things are.
It is page 9.
Thank you.
I wonder if it'd be a good idea to take 10%, put it in outright gold. You gotta vote.
I don't know if the state law allows us to invest in gold. We're not going to do cryptocurrency, that's for sure.
No.
Okay, well, thank you. I hope we've covered everyone's questions. It really means a lot to us that you come. It means a lot to us that we can try to answer your questions the best we can while you're here, and that you can, feel better at least with what you're concerned about. We really appreciate your time, Mr. Goodall. We appreciate your time, Christy, and everyone else who's come. Or do you have any further comments? Well, I'll close the public hearing. Sorry, I'm closing the public hearing, but board, do you now have further comments or questions for Mark? No. Go ahead.
I do, and I want to say this in the most respectful manner here. Because I know it is what it is. That a big part of in a growing community, a big part of these expenses, the capital improvements that are required, that aren't fully covered by impact fees. That's a complete separate issue, because that's the state that kind of ties our hands from not being able to cover all of the capital improvements. Is that yes, all of our communities are growing, but let's face it, we have Heber City growing disproportionately, I think, compared to other communities. And I hear it from constituents, because I represent Midway that are concerned about that. it's one thing for someone to support a rate increase to kind of cover the growth of their community, but it's another one to feel that that they're subsidizing another community.
That was as tactful as I think you could be.
Jason, in a future meeting, it's not going to sway the decision tonight, but in a future meeting, is it possible to get an idea of what kind of units what kind of unit costs are coming from the northern annexation, the eastern side of the county, Christensen Farms, and all of that stuff out of the east, the Daniels growth? You know, because Kevin, I grew up in Midway. I know you're relatively recent, not so recent that you're a California moving, but I used to ride.
No, we don't do
Hey,
that
I moved
here.
from Southern California too, so I can say it. But I used to ride my motorcycle with no fences in the way through what is now Valet and through Interlochen and through Watts developments and through where you live actually too. I used to, down there by Price Farms and stuff. So the reality is that all grew out at a different time. And I actually am curious to see, because I see a lot of growth out in the eastern side and I see growth down south and I see, new commercial stuff coming online. I'd be curious to know, and I think the public might be curious to know, where is the growth actually coming from? Because that percentage that was up on the screen, and I don't know if Kobe can bring it up fast enough, the percent that was actually new growth was a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be. The inflation and the debt ratio and is higher than I
purchases that
before I
we
was
had
in
to
the
make
seat a year ago. Yeah, there were exactly
never even realized.
a year ago I'd have been saying you're growing so much, but now I'm thinking, wow, there's a lot more to it than just the growth. But I think it'd be interesting, Kevin, to your point and to your constituents, to say, well, where is that growth coming from? Because the reality is, years ago, somebody had to pay for infrastructure for Belay. Years ago, somebody had to pay for the homestead. It's not this year, but it did happen, right? And so it'd be interesting to know where that's coming from now, and I think it might help Daniel folks that wrote in understand a little bit more. It might help Midway folks understand a little bit more.
Yeah.
It will help
That
Heber
would
and to understand how much growth is happening just outside Heber boundaries too. Heber stops at Mill Road, and it's a lot of stuff past Mill Road.
And I know it's gonna vary from community to
Um,
community.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
second line.
It was that one, yeah, exactly. Just the percent growth of the actual people here is lower than I thought it was actually, which is interesting.
But
I just think it might help you answer
Sure,
questions
sure.
to your constituents in the future.
Two things. I think Mark or anyone else could feel free to correct me on this. So there's customer growth, which is one component. But there's also the capital improvement needs
Infrastructure,
based
yeah.
upon infrastructure. And those two aren't necessarily
No, they're not.
Right.
exactly lined
They're
up.
not.
They're delayed, right? The
They're-
timeline's
they're-
delayed.
They're
Yeah.
delayed.
Yep.
And I'm just, yes, I've
Yeah.
been in Midway now, 10 years
system-
now.
The system's integrated too, and so a capital improvement in Heber may definitely bolster a circuit that's feeding it. And so with an integrated system, like the big point of delivery substation that we did, that helped every customer throughout the whole service territory. It gives you capacity for new growth, but it also solidified reliability for everyone, especially on the transmission grid system. So that's where it gets hard to quantify. We can definitely give you, data as far back as our system shows how many meters have been added in Midway versus, Daniel or Heber compared to Wasatch County, or, and we can do those, but at the end of the day, to us as staff, it's all just customers and it's all just growth, and we don't differentiate between a Midway customer and a Charleston customer or a county customer. It's coming from everywhere in our opinion.
Yeah, and my comment, honestly, Mayor, I'm sorry, my comment is being very sensitive to the fact that the residents ask us to represent them, right? And they say, go and say this thing, right? They say, go and tell Heber to slow down. And I hear that, and I'm part of Heber, right? So I then want to say, well, I wish I had the facts to say what is causing it. And I think to your point, meters by area, that might be a really interesting look for people to go, oh, well, that's different than I thought.
Five townhomes in Heber, one home in Midway, and they take the same home.
That's an interesting take too. That's, it's just interesting. I hear frankly, I'm glad that the residents told you to say, like, I'm glad that they reach out, that they reach out to us too. I'm just glad to hear it.
You've got a, because it is happening, and I understand in terms of, a larger home versus, 10 townhomes or whatnot. But my experience both on the planning commission and now this, city council in 2 terms have been that the growth that's coming in Midway, at least since I've been here, has been substantially under what the zoning would allow versus we're seeing, the argument from developers. I'm speaking as a developer, right? My experience is affordable housing. The developers that come in and say, I need, zoning allows for this, give me this density, and I'm going to give you X amount of affordable units that really aren't affordable, which is another discussion that we can have.
Right.
That's going to be on the housing. Right.
And they're not doing that anyway.
But they're not,
The legislature took that away from us.
Yeah. Well, can I just show one thing? Colby, if you can pull up that financial trend sheet, if you're done, I just wanted to say, I think,
Go ahead.
I think that the customer growth is going to increase so much more than it has in the past. When you look at the kayak numbers from last year compared to previous years, where the developers are coming in and putting in the wholesale, large scale development abilities. We don't have the homes being built to that extent, but the capacity is going to be there, and it is coming very quickly with kayak. Anyway, it was up to 9 million last year.
The actual increase in kilowatt hours last year was 10%. The amount of wholesale kilowatt hours was 10%.
And that's existing customers as well as new ones that are increasing our usage. But yes, if you can scroll up to the top, tippy top, not the bottom, sorry, tippy top. The financial trend sheet is showing that almost double increase in kayak, which means, and there you go, it's on 16, line 16, 9.4 million up from what, 5.4 the year before? That's our installations to get new developments hooked onto our system. That's huge. That's absolutely huge growth. That's going to, I think, dramatically, again, if the market will bear the new growth that's coming, that 9 million plus is showing you that developers think it will, and they're going to continue to build as much as they can. Now, there you go. We need more personnel. We're going to need more equipment. Over time, we'll need more depreciation and more maintenance too. So anyway.
And the reality is it'll shift to geographically, Kevin, to your point.
Charleston's turn's coming.
As we think about where the land is left in this valley, right? We'll see more on the east side. We'll see more on the east bench. We'll see more in Daniel. We'll see more, certainly more in Charleston, I would think, especially as some of those big farming areas decide they're done with farming.
And they're annexing into commercial.
I'm super glad to have the visibility in advance as far as we have here. I mean,
Well,
I hate the idea of seeing negative cash reserves like that's like, well, that doesn't work. That actually isn't possible.
We have stopped our payments to the cities that we used to give as dividends because we really need to dig out of this hole. I know it's astounding to see the amount of cash reserves we have, but again, to reiterate, that's mostly from bonding right now, and we're paying interest on those cash reserves, and they are already planned to be spent as this growth continues to come, and kayak is showing that it's coming. We'll see if this is even higher this year. I don't know, but it's 900,000 plus in 1 month.
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Kendall.
I would pose a question, and I know we're talking about rate increase, not impact fees, but I had thought of this. Mr. Goodall mentioned that we ought to turn North Philly back to Rocky Mountain, but it relates to that. I know we talked over the years, and I've said it more than once, that Heber City, you're annexed in that area, you're ready to take the infrastructure that Rocky Mountain Power put into that area.
Yes.
Those people, when they went into the Rocky Mountain Power area, paid an impact fee to get that
They
there.
paid the cost of whatever infrastructure was
Yeah,
there, which
in
was
there,
minimal.
and that would have went whatever they charged. But the question was posed, as we annex those areas in that have already been in Rocky Mountain Power service area into Heber Light and Power, can or do we charge them an impact fee to come onto our system?
Yes. Yes, we do.
I didn't know the answer. I didn't know.
Yes.
Sure.
Of course
You
we
understand
do.
my question?
Yeah.
If we annex an area that's already been on Rocky Mountain now because Heber annexes them, they now come onto our system because that's part of the franchise agreement. Do we charge them an impact fee?
So the vast majority in North Village is brownfield.
Yeah.
Meaning there's no Rocky Mountain Power customers there. So if there is, a lot of when the developers are doing it, like say that Fitzgerald piece, all of the Rocky Mountain Power customers got demolished, and new Heber Light and Power customers are going on where those customers were. But there are some that, like, let's take, the college that's out there.
They would have been Rocky Mountain Power.
They are currently a Rocky Mountain Power customer. Now, if they come in and are annexed, which they have, then we sit down with that customer and they can choose at that point to stay with Rocky Mountain Power. It's that brown skill that we have to serve under state statute. But with each individual Rocky Mountain Power customer, if they choose not to change their service to Heber Light and Power, then they can stay on their system. There's nothing that forces that, except Rocky Mountain Power could, under that same statute, accuse us of cherry picking, saying, "Oh, well, you took all this brownfield and they bulldozed over all of our customers, and yet you choose not to take this apartment complex in which we've got 2,500 bad accounts in, so within that, you can't do that either. So, there's that cherry picking clause within that as well, in which, hopefully we can work with Rocky Mountain Power, with those customers that aren't getting demolished and becoming new subdivision, and where they stay, where they go. And, Heber City can work with them too on whether or not they actually, annex in, they can stay county customers for that matter, as part of that group as well.
So let me make one final statement regarding what Kevin has said about, is it fair to subsidize other parts of the county where there's high growth? To me, there's two factors here. Every time we increase our system capacity and replace or upgrade our system, that's going to allow more people to use solar and be able to become net metering and sell, power back to us and get a credit. Because remember, a lot of our system is older, right? In Old Town, or older in Midway, where the developments happened decades and decades ago, and their capacity is not there. So growth is bringing in the capacity to be able to bring in more solar customers as we're able to, expand our system with growth, wherever that might be. The other is the N1 capacity, which is the redundancy in our system. We haven't had N1 capacity everywhere, especially in old towns and older areas, but with the new growth coming in, that does increase our stability and our ability to recover faster from outages that we hadn't had in those areas. So me, I am not the most pro-growth person, okay? I would rather preserve farmland around here. But yes, okay, but the point is that with wherever that growth is, it is helping the overall system in those two ways, right? More solar capacity, more individual people can get on solar and use electric vehicles or whatever. whereas we're not able to always provide that. I can't get solar right now at my house because of that lack of capacity in older areas. But the N1 capacity redundancy is important too, just to provide more stability for our customers with future outages. Let's keep juggling this ball, right, of growth. I'm so sorry, we're out of public hearing.
I just wanted to make a comment.
I'll let you do
I
it for
really
15
appreciate-
seconds, please.
I really appreciate you repair light. Whenever there's been a problem, an accident or something happening on line, we guys get Johnny on the spot, got it dealt with. And if someone was without power and light, it might be a little different story.
Oh, that's
So,
interesting. That's true.
that's what's on
We
there.
do hear them in the news a lot more, don't we, when it comes to outages? Okay, so board, I'm turning it back to you. You can wait on this decision. You can make a motion on this decision. If you want to ask Mark and Jillian more questions, I guess my only question is can we take the total percentage of rate increases and try to even them out year to year? But I know that would probably take more modeling. I just don't know if you perhaps did that already, Mark or Jillian.
You talked about that some.
I think we did talk about that.
Mark, are you?
I would imagine.
Yeah, I think.
I can answer a little bit. I know
Okay.
because of the coverage ratio, that's really what's driving this immediate need in 2025. So spreading the 13% out.
Full amount too.
Our financial advisor, our underwriter, and they were very concerned over that. So we need to do whatever we can to get to that coverage ratio.
Of course, or we're likely not going to borrow.
And correct me if I'm wrong, unfortunately, even the 13% doesn't get us to the full debt coverage.
This year it won't,
It
but
won't.
next year it will.
So anything less than the 13 is only gonna make that
Yeah,
2025 debt coverage ratio worse. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a question for Adam. Adam, are you still engaged?
I am.
All right.
Legally, what is our responsibility as a board to make sure that Heber Light and Power remains economically feasible, that we can cover our debt coverage, that we maintain our cash reserves? Meaning, let me say this a different way. If you are my legal counsel, which you are in this case, what is your recommendation to me to do my job as a board member?
I mean, to start with, that's those are decisions above my pay grade. That's why you all decided to run for office. Whatever constellation that might be. You know, your obligation to Heber Power as an entity, as a board member, looks very much the same as your obligation to Heber City as a city council member. You have a variety of interests that you are, for all practical purposes, required to balance. In the Heber Power case, you have rates, you have costs for customers, you have rate structures, you have system type decisions that you as the board are obligated to balance. My legal advice to you would be make decisions in the best interest of Heber Light and Power as an entity. And that obviously takes into account customer concerns, ability to accommodate future growth, things like that. As opposed to, say, making decisions for Heber Light and Power based on what is best for Heber City or Charleston. Your obligation as a board member is to do what's best for Heber Power, in your judgment.
Great. That was what I was expecting to hear. And I'm glad you didn't say make decisions based on what is popular or desired by the residents that you've heard from.
Adam, I apologize. I'm gonna ask the question again here from the perspective of, and please feel free to correct me where you think I'm wrong. So I represent Midway, which is a part owner of Heber Light and Power. I'm just one of other, council members selected to represent Midway. I feel I'm representing Midway's interest and ownership in Heber Light and Power, not representing Heber Light and Power globally throughout the county, regardless of its impact upon Midway. That's how I look at my seat on this board. Please correct me where you think I'm wrong on that. And I'm not
And
sure.
I think I would. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I guess I'm thinking about it from a financial and risk perspective. You might be addressing it from a different perspective, Adam. So why don't you go ahead and answer that?
Yeah, so Kevin, I think I'm going to disagree with you on that position. Obviously, each of the board members has their own perspective based on, what part of the valley they're from, what city they represent, in an elected official capacity. But, and I can find language and send it to you. I think either our bylaws or our organization agreement makes pretty clear that the Heber Power Board is acting on behalf of Heber Power as an entity. And if I were to do a slightly different hypothetical, if the Heber Power Board members were acting only in the best interest of their city, Heber City wins all of those and the other cities lose all of those, because Heber City at the end of the day has 75% of the voting authority on our board.
Mark, did you want to add anything to that?
Well, I'm afraid I may be taking the question out of context, because I read it more from the standpoint of Midway versus Heber City and the growth being in Heber City right now, and Midway customers are helping to fund some of that in a way. And even though it's not totally true, but nonetheless, I think one of the board members earlier stated that growth goes in different areas at different times. And when like, for example, if Midway was a standalone, they may have lower rates today, but they're taking on a lot of risk, because when that infrastructure needs to be replaced, right now, Heber City customers will fund that replacement. And if Midway was on its own, then what would happen is the rates would skyrocket upward, because of the customers there having to fund the entire replacement of their infrastructure only. So there's a risk sharing by being part of a larger group like this. And like I said, I'm probably took the question out of context, but I just want you to understand that normally, in a long-term perspective and from a ratepayer's perspective, short-term decisions do not result in what's good for the long term, because in the long term, having that larger base is going to stabilize the swings that customers would see in rates. So I just wanted to emphasize that. So, and I think everything I just said was actually said by a board member throughout the discussion, but I just wanted to emphasize it and summarize it.
Well, thank you, Mark. I feel like it's been very thorough. Really appreciate again all of your time to stay here with us and to dive in deep with us. Board, I'm going to turn it back to you now. Comments, questions, any ideas of whether to go forward or to pause and wait and think more? Your decision.
I've been on this board for 8 years. This is my 8th year. And when I come into this board, I come in knowing that I have wonderful citizens in Charleston. Love every one of them. They're good people. They deserve the best. But as you come into this position as a Heber Light and Power board member, You come in here and you look for not only, you look at the whole community. You don't look at just one portion. And you have to look out, you have to take them blinders off, and you have to scour this, and you have to say, what is the best for Heber Light and Power and their customers? Not my town, not my city, but the best for all our customers. And as I've thought about this deeply, 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 I mean, people probably don't know how many nights' sleep we have all lost over this. Because when it comes to raising a rate, you have to look, some people don't care. Some people say, you know what, it doesn't matter to me. I make $35 million a year. Why would that bother me, what I pay in power rates? Then you've got these poor little widows that, and poor people that are living on a fixed income, that every dollar means everything to them. And you're going, how do you put a ratio on there? Somebody said, well, we could break this down and we could have a pay raise, or we could do a raise in June and then we do one in October. But what difference would it make? That raise is going to be there before the end of the year, that 13%. I don't know about everybody else, but if we're going to raise it 13 point whatever percent, we need to do it all at once so people know, and not say, okay, let's do a 2% this month, a 3%, then a 5% to get up to that 13%. I feel like we have no choice, you guys. I would love to say, you know, I think we're wrong. I think we need to do something, but I don't think we have a choice. I've seen this through the years, go up and down, get behind and try to catch up, and we haven't been able to do that. And I think that now we're putting forth the effort that maybe in, who knows, maybe in 5 years from now, we'll only have to have a 1% raise. You know, maybe that's what we'll have to do, is only have a 1% raise in our price of our power. But I don't know. I'm ready to make a decision. Anyone else? Comments?
I'm really grateful for Mark. I'm really grateful for you and for UFS generally. I mean, you know, it's helpful to know where we're at. I was telling my wife about this decision, and Brenda, I think you're right. You know, I told her this morning, I said, there's going to be a lot of people upset later, probably, because the reality is, I know my boat is taking on water now. And yesterday I was sailing and it was smooth sailing, but now I know it's taking on water. And if I want to use my boat next year, I got to repair it. You know what I mean? Adam, thanks for helping understand the role. I read through for this decision, I read through more of the bylaws than I've ever read through before, which is saying something, and came to the same understanding you had largely, which is that we have to do what's right for the organization. And I'm glad to know where we're at. I think we have this is a public comment and a comment for me, I suppose. You know, I don't want to raise rates today, but I know where we're at now. And I think it is my duty to make sure Heber Light and Power remains strong, financially viable, and able to provide power to our customers. Otherwise, we will fail in our duty to them. And my duty is to make sure that we're able to do that. And I think I'm glad to know that this rate study doesn't immediately fix it. That I wish it did, but that'd be a bigger percent. But I'm glad to know that it does make a plan to getting our cash reserves back under control and to getting our debt coverage ratio back under control, because the debt coverage ratio in my business background is what enables us to be responsive if something changes in a big way in the future. If we have to bond to replace something, an emergency that we just didn't plan for, That's the bond ratio is, that coverage ratio is what allows us to do that. And I can't in good conscience be sitting as a board member here and say, no, let's push the can down the road and hope it goes away. Now that I know we're taking on water, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm also ready to take action.
Anybody else? Kendall?
I just would say that unless there's more comments, I would say that I agree with what's been said. And I would make the motion that we approve the rate 2025 through 27 rate plan has been presented tonight.
I'll second it. Well,
Okay.
Sid had it.
I'll go with Sid. He was just that half a second earlier. So Kendall, what you're proposing, first year 13.1%, as has been proposed. Second year 3.5%, and the third year another 3.5%.
And hopefully based on comments that maybe that'll go down. That's the way it's presented right now.
Annually. Okay, so we've got the motion to approve it as presented with all those different rate classes, everyone, and adjustments.
Everything in there.
Go ahead, discussion.
Just a clarifying question.
Mhm.
And I know I made some comments on this. For year 2 and 3, the projected 3.5.
Yes.
That's in the motion. Next
We'll
year.
revisit it.
Well, I commented if it can be adjusted because of.
Yeah, if we can lower it, that would be great, but who knows?
So are we actually approving, I guess what I'm getting, are we approving a 3.5 for year 2 and year 3?
Yes, we are.
Unless it's amended.
With continuous evaluation.
Change it, yes.
And it brings in the time of use program.
For 2 and 3.
In years 2 and 3.
Do we need to change the motion to?
Yeah, go ahead.
All rate structures.
We know when you find it.
Oh, thank you.
What was the date you were recommending, Bart?
Well, historically, we've done our rate increases in October.
That was for May
It's a
this
shoulder
year.
month. Last year, we had to bump that one up. And we did that in.
Well, we bumped it up and added in that piece that we took out.
So if you do this, we just need to know when you as the board want us to implement this. April is a shoulder month. If you want to do it immediately, April would be the best time. If you want to delay till October.
What was Mark's,
Do we need to do it
Mark's
now?
analysis was based on when?
Mark, what was the implementation schedule for the rate structure?
April.
Jillian? April. So the April billing, first one?
Correct.
So
Thank
I
you.
would amend the motion to add that it takes place beginning in the April billing.
I'll keep my second.
Did that answer your question, Kevin? Anything else?
I think.
That's what I said. Kevin, did that answer your question? Okay. Anything else on the board discussion?
It's a separate question, but related based on what he said. Do we already have in our, whether it's bylaws or in our rules of order or whatever, that we are committed to doing a rate study every year?
No, but we have done it.
We have done it the last 3.
Does it make?
What I would do.
I was just curious because I think.
Motion and second on the table, take a vote on this, and then do a follow-up motion to review this annually. To review this so year 2 and 3 are reviewed prior to the increase going into it.
And then you can put that in the budget to do that.
Yeah.
That's a great call. That was what I was getting at, but I wasn't going to make it change motion.
Did you want to add that, Kendall?
Well, he suggested a
Follow-up motion.
separate
Yeah,
motion.
sorry, follow-up motion. Okay.
Can we do
Just-
that even though it's not on the agenda, or is it a part of this?
Oh, I think it's part of it.
It's part of this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the 25 to 27 rate plan.
Yeah.
So that's the way it was posted. Okay, any further discussion? All right, so we're going to start with a vote on this end, please. I do. I put you on the hot seat first. I'm sorry. Yes, that was a yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll say yes.
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 Okay, that passes 6-0. Is there a follow-up?
I'd like to make
motion?
a follow-up motion that we commit to reviewing the rate study again annually in advance of the automatic 3.5 that was just approved, in case that 3.5 can change based on being too conservative or other changes that might come forward in a rate study.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
If I
Aaron.
could just clarify that, if I may, you don't really have to do a cost of service study each year, but each year in the interim, you should do a financial projection update only. I mean, believe me, I'd like to do the more work for you, but it's not really wouldn't be helpful.
Thank you for trying to save us money. Appreciate
So
that.
that's a financial projection, Mark.
All right, I'm going to change
Yeah,
my motion to move that we do a financial projection update so that we can be informed about rate changes in advance of that 3.5 automatically taking place.
I'll second.
Thank you, Brenda. Any further questions or discussion on this? All right, let's take a vote on this, Mr. Hot Seat.
Yes.
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 And Kevin, if you really want, I'll start with Sid next time, okay? All right, we have finished the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Kendall. Thank you, Aaron. All in favor? Aye. Thank you again for coming. Thank you. This was a long night. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I want to thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Everything, all the comments, all the effort everybody put in, not just you guys, but the customers in Heber City. I'm sorry, I say Heber City, Heber Light and Power customers, sorry. But to make the effort to come out, I think that was great.
Yes, yes, I totally agree. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you, Mark, for your expert work. That your model was not the issue tonight at all. So thank you very, very much. Good job.
I've talked to my wife.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good day and a good trip.
Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.